Chapter 3994. Pooh! You goddamn evildoer! As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, the flying centipede in front of him spat out another mouthful of blood, and the grief and indignation on his face became even stronger. Playing with poison? There were plenty of people who played with poison. How could this be possible? The flying centipede was one of the 9 heavenly centipedes whose bloodline had evolved to the pinnacle of this species, and the poison mist that he spat out could even corrode the void of the universe. How could it be ignored by a random person who played with poison? This was definitely a monster. However, when he thought of the fact that this person was originally one of the 4 great monsters, and was known as the #1 person among the younger generation, the flying centipede was immediately stunned. Forget it, today's matter was over, and there was no way to continue. The other party, a junior of the domain lord level, actually had the time to temper himself and his magic treasures while chasing after the immortal old monsters, to make breakthroughs and improve. This was simply King Dog, and if he continued to stay, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the flying centipede immediately had the intention to escape, and without hesitation, he turned around and shot off into the distance. Moreover, when he thought of the fact that the other party's cultivation strength had broken through again, and had even advanced by 2 small levels in a row, he immediately panicked and subconsciously urged the power in his body with all his strength. Plop! In the next moment, the flying centipede felt his body tremble, and he almost fell down in the void. Previously, he had used up 80 to 90% of the poison mist stored in all the poison sacs in his body, and now that he had used up so much of it, his legs were a little weak. This was really a case of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing a handful of rice. At this moment, the flying centipede's intestines were about to turn green with regret, because under this situation, it would be even more difficult for him to successfully escape the pursuit of the other party. In fact, this was indeed the case. The moment the flying centipede's body staggered in the void, Yi Xian's obviously mocking voice came from behind. "Yo, old man, are your legs weak? Did you shoot too much?" PFFF, the flying centipede was on the verge of spitting blood again. He was a dignified Eternal Realm expert, yet he'd been ridiculed by an ant at the Region Lord realm. This matter was truly too aggrieving. The crux of the matter was that this fellow had just obtained benefits from him, and this fellow was clearly acting like he'd been taken advantage of. That little bastard was really too hateful. The flying centipede's face was filled with tears, but there was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth and spit out all the resentment and humiliation. No matter what, he had to get through this calamity first. Where there was life, there was hope. In the future, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge. On the other hand, if he were to fall here, then there would be no need to say anything. When he thought up to here, his heart trembled as he realized how severe the situation before him was. He didn't have the mood to reflect on it any longer, and he tossed everything to the back of his mind before gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength to dash swiftly towards the space ahead. Facing this scene, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry at all. Earlier, his cultivation was merely at the First Order Region Lord realm, and the farmer god cauldrons might hadn't been improved yet. So, once he utilized it at full strength, his speed had already surpassed the flying centipede. Now, his strength had broken through once more from the First Order Region Lord realm to the Third Order Region Lord realm. Even the might of the farmer god cauldron had improved by quite a bit due to the 5-colored flames evolving into 6-colored flames. However, it just so happened that the Eternal Realm expert in front of him had shot too much in battle, and his legs were already weak. Under such circumstances, if Yi Xian utilized the farmer god cauldron with all his might, then his speed was already capable of crushing the flying centipede. "Old fellow, you won't be able to escape. Don't be afraid. This king has taken a liking to you, and I'll absolutely not kill you. I just want to capture you alive." Even though the farmer god cauldron's 6-colored flames had been completed, and he probably didn't need the poisonous mist secreted by the flying centipede, such a thing was rare, and its effects in body tempering were much better than the hellish ant elixir. Moreover, this flying centipede before him was an existence whose bloodline had evolved to the peak of its species. It was difficult to find a second flying centipede in this world, so he naturally couldn't bear to directly kill it. He had long since decided that after capturing it alive, he would raise it in the farmer god cauldron, and extract the poisonous mist for a long time to condense into liquid and preserve it for a rainy day. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian activated the farmer god cauldron with all his might, transforming into a ray of light that was at least 30% faster than the flying centipede, and whistling through the air. The distance between the two wasn't too far in the first place, and the current farmer god cauldron's speed was far greater than before. In a short span of a dozen breaths, it had already rushed to the space 1,000,000 kilometers behind the flying centipede. The latter quickly glanced back and was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. If this continued, in a few more breaths of time, the farmer god cauldron would press down on his back. At that time, there would definitely be no way out, and he would probably really be captured alive. Huff, just as the flying centipede was anxious and considering whether to take the risk and directly tear through the void and escape, a gust of wind suddenly whistled behind him, and it seemed to be getting closer and closer. He subconsciously turned around to look, and the scene that entered his eyes caused him to tremble on the spot. A sea of fire. A huge sea of flames was roaring and rolling as it whizzed over. Clearly, it had just shot out from the giant star cauldron that was chasing after them. The flying centipede was originally not afraid of a normal sea of fire, but the majestic sea of fire that was rapidly enveloping him was obviously different. Each cluster of flames had 6 colors, which was extremely strange. There was no doubt that its power was absolutely terrifying. Because among the 6 colors, one was black, which was clearly a poisonous flame. Vaguely, the flying centipede seemed to sense a slightly familiar aura from this black poisonous flame. It was the aura of the poisonous mist that was secreted from his body. Obviously, this 6-colored flame had just devoured the poisonous mist secreted by his body, which was why it had evolved and transformed. It could even devour and refine the poisonous mist that he was so proud of and increase its ferocious power. Was there any need to say more about the power of this mysterious 6-colored flame? Huff! The speed of this sea of fire was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. After all, it was shot out by the Shenong cauldron with all its power. In just a short breath, it had already blocked the flying centipede's path, and then it split into 2, surrounding him from left and right. The flying centipede's face suddenly changed, and his body trembled as he hurriedly stopped. When he turned his head to look around, his heart had already sunk to the bottom. In such a short time, the front and left sides were already filled with this strange wave of flames, and behind him, a huge cauldron like a star was whistling over. From the mouth of the cauldron, it was still spewing out 6-colored strange flames that made one's scalp numb. In the blink of an eye, his body was already surrounded by rolling waves of flames. He was wrapped tightly like a dumpling. Seeing this scene, the flying centipede was completely desperate. He raised his head and let out a violent howl, full of unwillingness and sorrow. Chapter 3995. Screech. Goddamned monstrous bastard, I was actually captured alive by a domain lord ant. In the blink of an eye, the flying centipede was engulfed in a sea of flames. The flying centipede's body was surrounded by rolling 6-colored strange flames, and its aura was astonishing. This scene caused the flying centipede to fall into complete despair. It raised its head and let out a vicious howl, full of unwillingness and incomparable mournfulness. At this moment, Yi Xian had also stopped. The Shenong cauldron beneath his feet, which was as enormous as a star, floated at the edge of the spherical sea of fire. It coldly stared at the flying centipede that was tightly wrapped by the 6-colored sea of fire, leaving only a pitiful amount of space for it to rest in. He let out a light breath and continued, "Old man, don't worry. As long as you perform well and contribute more poison, I guarantee that I won't mistreat you." What? You actually want to raise me like a cow and extract poison for a long time? Hearing Yi Xian's words, the flying centipede was so angry that his entire body trembled. A dignified undying old monster actually burst out with vulgarities on the spot. F***CKU. Noisy. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He waved his hand and the sea of fire in front of him instantly moved. It wrapped around the flying centipede and quickly surged toward the mouth of the farmer god cauldron. In the blink of an eye, it entered the space within the cauldron and fell toward the central region volcano. Rumble, at the same time, at the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron, a loud rumbling sound came from one side of the mountain wall. With Yi Xian's thought, a huge mountain wall cage appeared. It was at least 10,000 feet wide and was just enough to hold the flying centipede's true body. Soon, the boundless sea of fire that surged into the mountain wall cage seemed to have grown eyes and directly entered the mountain wall cage. Then, it passed through the mountain wall and entered the boiling flame pool at the center of the plain at the bottom of the volcano. The flying centipede, who was originally enveloped by the sea of fire, was left alone in the cage that was tailor-made for him. No matter how he roared and slammed into the cage, he could not break through it. He could not move it at all. Roar! Roar! Goddamned monstrous bastard, let me out! In the blink of an eye, he became a prisoner. As an undying old monster, the flying centipede was indescribably sad and indignant. He couldn't calm his emotions and kept roaring and rolling in the mountain wall cage. During this process, some strange black poison mist subconsciously spread out from his body and floated out. Unknowingly, it floated into another cage not far away. Was imprisoned in this mountain wall cage, and had become Yi Xian's servant. Shi Wanjin. However, Shi Wanjin had always been in a coma. Although his injuries had already healed, his cultivation was only a little bit stronger than an ordinary member of the Berserk Lion tribe. Last time, for Shi Wanjin, who had a bloodline deficit, he had unintentionally inhaled the Thunderlock spirit mist in his body. This was equivalent to of. Since then, although he was still lying unconscious in the prison of the mountain wall at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, and the cultivation aura in his body was still very weak, there were several purple-gold lightning crackling on the surface of his body from time to time. It was the same until now. Shi Wanjin, who had lost the Tao foundation of heaven and earth, was like a piece of white paper. His bloodline, which was extremely deficient, happened to be transforming toward a certain thunder attribute bloodline and physique because of the thunder lightning spiritual mist he absorbed last time. But now, this bloodline transformation had not been completed yet. In the mountain wall cage where Shi Wanjin was imprisoned, wisps of strange poison mist floated in. Moreover, the bloodline in his body was transforming, and it just so happened that it needed a large amount of energy to nourish it. Therefore, almost as if it was a natural reaction of the body, a weak suction force suddenly appeared in the unconscious Shi Wanjin's body, and quickly followed the strange poison mist that floated into the cage. The pores all over his body absorbed it. Although the amount was very weak, the process was still ongoing. That was because in the huge cage not far away, the furious flying centipede had been releasing poison all this time. One was releasing it unconsciously, while the other was absorbing it unconsciously. The amount was very weak, but it never stopped. If this continued, no one knew what would happen in the end. Before he decided to pursue the flying centipede, Yi Xian had never thought that he would get such a great benefit from this pursuit. It was like a blessing. Not only had he made another breakthrough in his cultivation base, but his life level had also evolved further. Even the Shenong unusual flame in the Shenong cauldron had gained a poisonous flame attribute as a result, successfully evolving into a 6-colored flame. In the end, he got 18 drops of Sky Centipede's poison and a living Sky Centipede of 9 bases in the Immortal realm. It was a big gain. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief to calm his agitated mind. He quickly activated the Shenong cauldron, turned around, and rushed towards the Demon Emperor star area. After a while, he arrived at the edge of the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. At this time, outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor, there was still a void with a radius of 10,000 miles, enveloped by a violent and terrifying purple-gold sea of lightning. At the top of the sea of lightning, there was a blue-gold innate thunder source treasure hanging. It was Yi Xian's Rai Di seal. And in the center of the sea of lightning, there was a 10,000-foot-long colorful flame thunder sparrow. If it were not for Yi Xian's special instructions, this immortal realm colorful flame thunder sparrow would have been blown to ashes. The reason for this was that Yi Xian had taken a fancy to this colorful flame thunder sparrow's lightning attribute bloodline. He felt that it might be useful for the recovery of the desolate Electra, so he decided to capture it alive. However, the desolate Electra had not yet awakened, so Yi Xian did not know what to do with this colorful flame thunder sparrow. Although he could activate the Rai Di seal's domain to directly refine it, erase its consciousness, and extract a strand of lightning attribute bloodline from its body, but would that really work for the desolate Electra? Yi Xian was not sure if it would work. After pondering for a while, he decided to put this colorful flame thunder sparrow into the Shenong cauldron, like the flying centipede, and lock it in the mountain wall cage of the central region volcano in the cauldron. He would decide what to do with it after the desolate Electra woke up. After making the decision, Yi Xian was about to take action immediately. It was also at this moment that an unexpected change suddenly occurred. In his mind, a familiar system prompt suddenly sounded at this moment, ding! Congratulations to the host, a lightning attribute creature has been discovered. Do you want to immediately refine it into a thunder slave? Thunder slave? What the hell is this? After being stunned for a while, Yi Xian immediately launched a data search in the system's database. Soon, he had a result. After checking it, he immediately understood. Chapter 3996. Yi Xian had previously obtained a strand of thunder origin from the Thunder Tomb. The so-called Thunder Origin was a strand of thunder origin that was nurtured by the Thunder Lock spiritual mist in the innate Thunder Sea. The Thunder Lock spiritual mist was the mother nest of this strand of thunder origin. The strand of thunder origin that Yi Xian had captured not long ago had yet to develop sentience. It was merely a thunder worm without sentience. However, if it was allowed to grow, as time passed, it would eventually develop sentience. When that time came, it would become the thunder spirit of this vast thunder sea. And the thunder sea that had developed a thunder spirit could be controlled at will. When it was large, it was vast and boundless, spreading out endlessly into the starry sky. When it was small, it could even condense into a thunder ball, crossing the void and shooting out into the endless sea of stars. To put it bluntly, it was actually the thunder sea that had developed sentience. The desolate thunder sparrow that Yi Xian had learned from the system database was a mature thunder spirit formed from a thunder sea that had developed sentience. If the strand of thunder origin that Yi Xian had captured earlier could continue to grow, it could eventually lead the thunder sea to develop sentience. It could become a thunder sparrow, a thunder dragon, or some other form. In short, its forms were different, but its essence was the same. It was formed from a thunder sea that had developed sentience. A sentient being. Although there was only a strand of the desolate thunder sparrow's bloodline left in this thunder sparrow's body, which did not have the qualifications to become a thunder spirit, it could be refined into a thunder slave. A thunder soul was different from a thunder slave. A thunder soul was formed from a thunder sea that had developed sentience. It could be said that the thunder soul was the thunder sea, and it was the master of the thunder sea. It was also the thunder sea itself. A thunder slave was different. A thunder slave was a slave, and could command a thunder sea. However, it was only a commander, and not the master of the thunder sea. Above that, it had to take orders from others. The significance of the thunder slave lay in the fact that it was a sea of lightning. With the thunder slave, the power of the sea of lightning would be more comprehensive and thorough. Take the Rai Di seal for example. Although Yi Xian had already refined it, he was not of the thunder attribute, nor was he a thunder spirit. He could activate the Rai Di seal to release a sea of thunder to defend against the enemy, but there would always be some awkwardness, as if there was a layer of barrier, unable to fully activate the power of the Rai-D seal to the extreme. However, if he refined this rainbow flame lightning sparrow and made it his lightning slave, he would be able to enter the Rai-D seal. In that case, when Yi Xian used the Rai-D seal again in the future, he didn't need to pay too much attention to the Rai-D seal. He only needed to give orders to Lei Nu directly. With Lei Nu around, the power of the Rai-D seal could be unleashed even more thoroughly without any hindrance. After he figured out all of this, Yi Xian immediately decided to refine the rainbow flame lightning sparrow and make it the lightning slave of the Rai-D seal. The order was quickly given, and there was utterly no need for Yi Xian to interfere in its execution because the Rai-D seal was able to accomplish all of this on its own. Rumble, bang. After it received Yi Xian's order, the sea of violet gold lightning that covered an area of 5,000 kilometers instantly surged with lightning, and its impetus grew even more shocking. This was the sign that the Rai-D seal was about to condense and refine the rainbow flame lightning sparrow into a lightning slave of the Rai-D seal. The rainbow flame lightning sparrow that was trapped within the sea of lightning sensed this and realized that calamity was about to befall it. It immediately let out sharp cries and vicious howls, and it even started to beg for mercy from Yi Xian for the sake of being spared its life. Roar! Young brother, please show mercy. I'm willing to submit. A dignified Eternal Realm expert had actually been forced to speak such words of submission to an ant at the Region Lord realm. Needless to say, this was truly too aggrieving. However, the rainbow flame lightning sparrow didn't have any other choice. Even though it was trapped within the sea of lightning, it could sense everything that was occurring in the outside world. Besides the blood-crested fox dove that had perished beneath the violet gold tide of time, the sable-fiend tiger and soaring centipede that came after it had been blasted to death and captured alive. For Eternal Realm experts had descended, so only it remained in a short period of less than 2 hours of time. Under such circumstances, how could it possibly hold on to its so-called dignity as an Eternal Realm expert? Unfortunately, even if it put down its status and dignity and personally begged for mercy from Yi Xian for the sake of being spared, the latter didn't appreciate it at all. The Rai-D seal's refinement had already begun, and Yi Xian didn't intend to stop just like that. It was even to the extent that he didn't give a single reply. He just stood there in space at the side of the sea of lightning and watched coldly as all of this occurred. The rainbow flame lightning sparrow felt complete despair, and its vicious howls grew even more miserable. In the end, it even cursed without end. However, Yi Xian still remained unmoved. In a short period of over 10 breaths of time, the dust had settled. The rainbow flame lightning sparrow's aura had vanished completely. However, Yi Xian sensed that there was an aura that was extremely close to him within the vast sea of lightning ahead. It was very pure and very strong. It had actually attained the advanced stage of the Eternal Realm, and it was much stronger than the rainbow flame lightning sparrow from before. This was clearly the effect of being tempered by the Rai-D seal. This strand of consciousness was formed from the strand of the primeval lightning sparrow's bloodline within the rainbow flame lightning sparrow's body. Now, it was the lightning slave of the Rai-D seal. As for the rainbow flame lightning sparrow, it had been obliterated a long time ago while its 30 kilometers body had been completely refined, and it had become the lightning slave formed from this strand of lightning sparrow's bloodline. Screech! A high-pitched vicious howl resounded through the clouds. Following that, a figure rushed out from the sea of lightning ahead. It was only about a foot in size and looked like an ordinary bird. However, its entire body was purple gold in color. There was spirituality in its eyes, and there was even lightning flickering in and out of its eyes. From time to time, there would be purple gold lightning flashing in and out of its eyes. This was the lightning soul of the Emperor's seal, and it was still in the form of a lightning sparrow. As the figure rushed out, the purple gold lightning sparrow suddenly lowered its head and opened its small beak. In the next moment, the sea of purple gold lightning below it turned into a huge river of lightning that soared into the sky. In less than half a breath's time, the purple gold lightning had been devoured by the sea of purple gold lightning. The sparrow had swallowed everything into its stomach. A large sea of lightning fell into its stomach, causing the foot-sized purple gold lightning sparrow to burp. Then, it turned its head to look in Yi Xian's direction. With a light cry of joy, it flapped its wings and flew over, like a swallow throwing itself into its arms. At this moment, Yi Xian was really nervous. After all, even though this purple gold lightning sparrow had an inconspicuous appearance, the might it could unleash was extremely terrifying. The sea of lightning that it had just swallowed was proof of this. Moreover, its cultivation had already reached the late stage of the sempiternal stage, and it was not far from the peak. If it really wanted to attack Yi Xian after getting close, Yi Xian would definitely be in trouble. However, this was after all the lightning slave of the Rai D seal that he had refined. In a sense, it was actually his servant. Chapter 3997. In the end, it was just a false alarm. Although this purple gold thunder sparrow was refined from the primordial thunder sparrow bloodline extracted from the iridescent flame thunder sparrow, the iridescent flame thunder sparrow's consciousness had long been erased along with its true body. Now, the purple gold thunder sparrow's intelligence was bestowed by the Rai D seal. It was a completely new life, and had nothing to do with the iridescent flame thunder sparrow. Naturally, it would not hate Yi Xian anymore. On the contrary, its life and intelligence were bestowed by the Rai D seal, and the Rai D seal had long been refined by Yi Xian. Its essence was branded with Yi Xian's aura. Therefore, in the eyes of this purple gold thunder sparrow, Yi Xian was actually its master, and the Rai D seal was its nest. Under such circumstances, how could it attack Yi Xian? At this moment, after a sparrow landed on Yi Xian's shoulder, the purple gold thunder sparrow happily circled him a few times, chirping softly from time to time, revealing a sense of dependence. At this point, Yi Xian was completely relieved. Originally, he was really interested in playing with this cute little lightning sparrow, but now there were other things to do. Therefore, Yi Xian directly waved his hand to summon the Rai D seal, and mentally signaled for the little lightning sparrow to return to its nest. The little lightning sparrow reluctantly circled Yi Xian's figure again, and finally turned into a wisp of purple gold light, and rushed into the imperial seal. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian put away the Rai D seal, and then turned to look in the direction of the 3 stars demonic emperor. As early as when Yi Xian drove the Shenong cauldron to chase the flying centipede, the starry sky defensive array of the 3 stars demonic emperor had been removed. A large number of warships rushed out of the 3 stars demonic emperor's defensive array after the defensive light shield disappeared, and rushed to the battlefield to encircle and annihilate the escaping fleet of 1 million elite warships. Fish. At this moment, Yi Xian turned his head to look at the 3 Devil Emperor stars for the same reason. The 3 Sector Lord Old Monsters had already escaped, but they were definitely not far away. The upper echelons of the Demonkin royal family would not allow them to leave. Most likely, the ancestor of the Demonkin race had already used his methods to seal the entire Demonkin starfield, preventing them from tearing through space and leaving. As a marquis, even if he didn't show himself, he could still do this. Although his opponent had not shown himself, Yi Xian believed that he had been paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. Previously, he had only shown himself to be able to kill these 4 immortal realm old monsters one by one. Otherwise, he would have shown himself long ago. But even if he didn't show himself, he couldn't let the 3 Sector Lord old monsters escape, because if that happened, the news of this battle would definitely be leaked. It should be known that the powerhouses of the 2 camps of the various races in the 2nd universe and the human race in the 3rd universe, as well as the Senate of the Myriad Luo Federation, had not yet arrived. If they were shocked to hear that the Myriad Race Alliance of the 1st universe had lost 4 immortal old monsters in the Demon Emperor starfield in just one day, they would probably be frightened on the spot. He had to retreat. The next time they came, there would probably be Marquis or even Emperor-level immortals. Therefore, these 3 undyings of the Myriad Races Alliance had to be left behind. As for the other small fries, they could be left to the fleets and experts of the devil race to take care of. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to kill these 3 realm masters. After that, this battle would be considered to have come to an end. When Yi Xian turned around, a group of upper echelons of the demon royal family had already rushed over. The one leading was the current demon emperor, Mo Wentian. At this moment, Mo Wentian's face was filled with fear. He looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression, as if he had been scared out of his wits. When their gazes met, Mo Wentian didn't hesitate at all. He cupped his hands and said, "The positions of those 3 sector lords have been locked. The current demon emperor has already gone after one of them. The other 2 haven't separated yet. Their positions are right here." As he said this, a direction coordinates wrapped in spiritual energy shot towards Yi Xian. He waved his hand and caught it in his palm. After quietly dispersing it, Yi Xian already knew the positions of those 2 sector lords. They are actually still sticking together. Could it be that they still want to gather their strength so that they can forcefully counterattack when they are intercepted? While muttering to himself, Yi Xian revealed a cold smile. Without saying anything else, he activated the farmer god cauldron under his feet and turned around. He shot towards the edge of the demon royal star field that led to the central region of the first universe, Black Wind Star Field. Black Wind Star Field was one of the 9 star fields of the demon royal star field. It was a place that one had to pass through to reach the central region of the first universe. This originally belonged to the Black Wind tribe, one of the 8 foreign tribes of the demon royal family. But now that the demon royal family was in danger, the 8 foreign tribes had all gathered in the central region of the demon royal star field. Therefore, in such a large area of the Black Wind Star Field, there were almost no strong warriors stationed in the various demon royal star fields. At this time, in the void of the Black Wind Star Field, there were 2 figures flying at extreme speed. Their speed was actually much faster than the huge stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters. These were the 2 sector lord old monsters that had escaped from the demon royal star field. They were also Yi Xian's target. This place was already tens of millions of miles away from the central region of the demon royal star field. Another 30 to 40 million miles and they would be able to leave the demon royal star field. In the void, the 2 sector lord old monsters channeling the energy in their bodies and using extreme speed, fleeing all the way, the only thing they had in mind was the demonic devil starfield border dividing line 30 to 40 million li away. They were sector lord old monsters, but now they were like stray dogs. They were truly frightened because they had personally witnessed 3 undying old monsters being crushed by the demon royal brother, Mo Jiofeng. The blood crown fox dove was reduced to half a skeleton. The black demon tiger was blasted in 2. Even its primordial spirit couldn't escape. As for the rainbow lightning sparrow, it was also trapped in a 10,000-mile sea of lightning. Clearly, it wasn't looking good either. This was too shocking. The 3 sector lord old monsters who were watching the battle from afar were so scared that they immediately turned and fled. They originally wanted to tear through the void and escape, but they quickly discovered that the void was sealed by a formless mysterious energy. They couldn't do it at all. Helplessly, the 3 could only use their fleshly body to travel through the void and escape in different directions. Luckily, the demon royal brother Mo Jiofeng was chasing the last undying old monster, the flying centipede. He didn't have time to care about them. As long as they were fast enough, there was still a chance to escape this sealed demon royal star field and tear through the void again. There was still 30 million miles before reaching the edge of the demon royal star field. As long as they rushed out, they would see their chance. Thinking up to here, the 2 sector lord old monsters became excited. Their speed that had already reached the limit actually exploded again under such circumstances, increasing their speed by another 20%. At this time, in the direction of the demon royal star field, something unexpected happened. Rumble. Chapter 3998. Rumble. Rumble. rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded, and it was growing closer and closer. It was the commotion caused by a treasured cauldron that was enormous, like a star shooting over at extreme speed through space. Shockingly, it was Yi Xian who'd locked onto the position of the treasured cauldron and utilized the farmer god cauldron with all his might to rush over and kill Yi Xian and his companions. The hearts of the two fleeing world lords froze while they had a bad premonition, and they instinctively turned around to look. When they saw this scene, they were terrified to the point their figures started trembling while their countenances instantly turned ghastly pale like a sheet of paper. After all, this person behind him was a terrifying existence that could even annihilate eternal old monsters. So, the strength he revealed at the Region Lord realm right now was simply a facade to deceive others. Besides that eternal old monster from the senior council of the Federation that he'd killed not too long ago, they'd witnessed this fellow crush 3 eternal old monsters just moments ago. The blood-crowned fox dove had been transformed into half a skeleton, the baleful black devil tiger had been blasted into 2, and even its soul core hadn't been able to escape. As for the rainbow flame lightning sparrow, it was similarly trapped within an ocean of lightning, and it obviously didn't bode well for it. After that, he even pursued the flying centipede with great fanfare. Based on the fact that he'd caught up to them so quickly, the flying centipede was probably dead as well. Now that they thought about it, in merely less than 2 hours of time, the eternal old monsters that had perished at his hands had already arrived at 4. If that eternal old monster from the senior council of the Federation was included, then it would be 5 eternal old monsters. What a monstrous genius! He's simply not human, he's simply a god of slaughter. When they thought up to here, the hearts of these 2 fleeing world lords instantly started to tremble. They'd gathered together and not fled separately because they were originally prepared to deal with their enemies as soon as possible and flee swiftly if they encountered obstructions. But that was referring to the other experts of the demonic race. Even if a sector lord chased over, with the 2 of them working together, if they were willing to risk their lives, they would have a chance to escape in a short period of time. However, the one chasing after them was this terrifying god of death. Even the immortal realm old monsters had fallen in his hands. Facing such an existence chasing after them, they simply didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. Even the flying centipede couldn't escape and was still killed. With their strength, if they wanted to escape from the hands of this killing god, could they not be joking? His only hope was to make the other party stop pursuing him. If he wanted to do that, he could only beg for mercy. As for other methods, once he used them, he would definitely be courting death. He would directly enrage the other party, and they would definitely chase him to the ends of the earth. They would not rest until he was dead. More importantly, they didn't have the ability to escape that far. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 sector lord old monsters were so frightened that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. They exchanged a glance, and their pale faces turned red. They turned around and begged for mercy from this god of slaughter Jr. who was chasing after them. Little friend, calm down. What happened before was actually a misunderstanding. Please don't chase us anymore. Treat us as farts, and let us go, alright? Since you've been tormenting us for so long, you must be tired. We don't dare to trouble you anymore. We'll scram ourselves. Yes, scram immediately, don't stay a second longer. Little ancestor, why are you still chasing us? We have no enmity, please don't chase us. Woo. After pleading a few times, the god of slaughter who was chasing after him at an extremely fast speed didn't move at all. He didn't even respond. In just a short while, the huge cauldron that was like a star under his feet had caught up a lot closer. It seemed that it was about to catch up with him. Such a scene scared the 2 old monsters out of their wits. Their words carried a sobbing tone. At this moment, they were truly regretting it to the point that their intestines turned green. If they had known earlier that the devil race's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng, was such a monster, why would they have fought to the death? They would have just brought their race to surrender. With such a monster around, the devil race was destined to be a great blessing. They were destined to be the #1 universe overlord. Unfortunately, they didn't understand this point before. It was too late to regret now. Rumble, just as the two sector Lord Old monsters were filled with regret and hatred, the Shenong cauldron that was as large as a star behind them had already caught up to them in a few breaths of time. It was already less than 100 miles away from the two of them who were fleeing with extreme speed. A feeling of complete despair surged into their hearts. The expressions of the two sector Lord Old monsters instantly became ferocious. After all, they were the ancestor-level figures of their respective races. Just now, they were like stray dogs begging for mercy from the god of death chasing behind them. That was because they still held on to the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. But now, it seemed that wanting to live this time had clearly become a wishful thinking. It was simply impossible to realize. Under such circumstances, there was naturally no need to lower his status and dignity to beg the other party. It was just death anyway. Since he couldn't escape, he would do his best to cause some damage to the other party. Little bastard, you forced me to do this. Since I'm going to die anyway, even if I can't drag you down with me, I'll at least disgust you a little. Go to hell. With a ferocious expression, the two sector Lord Old monsters revealed their ferocious expressions. As they roared, they directly revealed their respective bloodline true bodies, which were tens of thousands of feet tall. Then, they did not hesitate to self-destruct. It was not the self-destruction of the physical body, but the physical body and primordial spirit at the same time. In any case, it was useless to keep the primordial spirit. An immortal old monster as strong as the black fiend devil tiger, after the bloodline true body was blasted into two pieces, the primordial spirit escaped. Didn't it also not escape the calamity? In the end, the primordial spirit was destroyed, and its body and soul were destroyed. Rumble. After making up their minds and determined to die, the two sector Lord Old monsters stopped fleeing at an extremely fast speed. Their expressions were ferocious as they glared at Yi Xian who was chasing after them. Within the 100,000 feet tall bloodline true body, a deep thunderous sound came out like a tide. This was the sound of self-destruction. It had been activated, and the rhythm was about to unfold. In front of this king, do you have the qualifications to self-destruct? Seeing that these two fellows wanted to self-destruct, Yi Xian immediately sneered. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and directly pulled out a sea of flames from the Shenong cauldron beneath his feet. Each flame had 6 colors, and it was incomparably dazzling. It was majestic for tens of thousands of miles, and directly enveloped the two sector lords' 100,000 feet tall bloodline true body. It was enveloped within. Ruthless. Chapter 3999. After this unexpected evolution, the power of the Shenong's 6-colored flames had clearly become more powerful. At this moment, the two sector Lord Old monsters, and they were still alive, had been completely roasted in just a dozen breaths. When Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the 6-colored flames into the Shenong cauldron, there were already 2 large pieces of complete fragrant meat in the void in front of him. The bloodline of these two sector Lord Old monsters was the striped deer, while the other was the hedgehog beast. Their bloodline true bodies were tens of thousands of meters tall, but at this moment, after being roasted by the Shenong's 6-colored flames and refining all the impurities, the 2 lumps of meat left in the void had shrunk to only 40 to 50,000 meters. Its entire body was golden and dripping with oil, emitting a rich fragrance. Yi Xian had never eaten these 2 bloodlines of space beasts before, especially the striped deer. It was said that its meat was extremely tender and was a great delicacy in space. That was referring to the striped deer that didn't have any cultivation strength or intelligence. And the one in front of him that had been roasted was a sector Lord Realm striped deer, whose life form and bloodline had evolved to an extremely high degree. Its meat was originally even more delicious, and after being roasted by the Shenong's 6-colored flames, it was naturally extremely tempting whether it was the taste or the effect. Even Yi Xian, who was used to eating the meat roasted from the remains of quasi-desolate powerful beings, couldn't help but feel his appetite and salivate at this moment. With a wave of his hand, he didn't hesitate to use the withered demon blood blade and cut off the best and most delicious pieces of meat from the striped deer and the hedgehog beast. Then, while putting away the withered demon blood blade, he sent most of the remaining meat into the Shenong cauldron. There was still a large group of foodie beasts inside. Although this time couldn't let them eat to their heart's content, it could at least appease them a little. In this battle, although the myriad race alliance formed by the servants of the First Universe had sent over 1 million elite troops, due to Yi Xian's hasty return, he had no choice but to use the blood mosquito battle armor in the face of the demon guard's annihilation. After an all-out attack, 1 million battleships were basically destroyed. Nothing was left behind. The flesh and blood that the indigenous vicious beasts had hoped for had not been left behind at all. If those foodies were to find out about this, they would probably beat their chests and stomp their feet, cursing Yi Xian for being a wastrel. Fortunately, there was still the second wave of the punitive expedition army coming. The humans of the Third Universe were all descendants of the dire beast bloodline. When the war broke out, there would be a huge amount of flesh and blood resources to be collected. Thinking like this, Yi Xian nodded inwardly. He had already made up his mind. After returning to the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor Star, he would release all the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle at the first possible moment and have them guard the Demon Emperor Star region. In this way, once the battle started, he could just hunt or collect whatever meat he wanted to eat. While muttering this matter in his heart, Yi Xian ate heartily. The 2 large pieces of flesh and blood that he had cut with the withered demon blood blade were quickly eaten clean by him. This kind of flesh that had been roasted by the Shenong's 6-colored flame was indeed extraordinary. As soon as it entered his mouth, while leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth, it instantly turned into a warm current that rapidly circulated through Yi Xian's limbs and bones, making his entire body warm and comfortable to the extreme. With his current cultivation base and strength, it was obviously impossible to directly break through on the spot after eating this bit of flesh and blood roasted by the bloodline true body of a sector lord old monster, but after all, this was also a kind of accumulation. With the death of these 2 sector lord old monsters, this war could be considered to have completely come to an end. In terms of high-end combat strength, 2 of the 4 immortal realm old monsters that the myriad race alliance had dispatched had fallen. One had been captured alive by Yi Xian, and the other had been completely annihilated. The bloodline in their bodies had been extracted and refined into an Emperor Seal Thunder slave by the Thunder Emperor Seal. In terms of conventional battle strength, of the 1 million elite battleships dispatched by the Myriad Race Alliance this time, not a single one was left, all of them destroyed. Although many of the stronger universe experts in the battleships had escaped, of the 3 strongest sector lord old monsters, 2 had just been dealt with by Yi Xian, and the last one was handled by the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, most likely already fallen by now. As for the rest of the small fries, they could be left to the other experts of the demon race to clean up. There was no need for Yi Xian to do anything. It could be said that this time, the battle strength dispatched by the Myriad Race Alliance could be said to have been completely annihilated. Not a single one was able to escape alive. This also ensured that in a short period of time, news of this shocking slaughter in the demon race star field would not be leaked. This was also the result that Yi Xian and the demon race wanted. If there are no surprises, the various races of the Second Universe, as well as the 2 camps of the human race and the Myriad Luo Federation in the Third Universe, should be arriving soon. At most, they will arrive at the First Universe in 3 days, and within 5 days, they will arrive at the Demon Emperor 3 stars. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. In the end, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his face instantly turned gloomy. Humph, no matter what, this young master and the demon dwellers are now close friends. In this battle, this young master defeated 4 immortal realm old monsters alone, but the Demon Dweller's Foundation ancestor has not shown up yet, although this is normal. After all, he is an immortal realm official. Unless there is no other choice, he will definitely not make a move. Otherwise, if his aura is leaked and is sensed by the various races of the second universe, the human race and the myriad Luo Federation in the third universe, there will be endless variables in this battle. Even though it's like that, this young master has turned the situation around by himself and dealt with the danger of the Demon Emperor 3 stars. However, the demon race practically didn't contribute at all. This is an indisputable fact. In short, no matter what, the demon race owes this young master an enormous favor. After all, this young master fought 4 immortal realm experts while at the region Lord Realm. It's rare to encounter such an opportunity where the demon race was in the wrong. Moreover, the demon emperor, Mo Zhu Tian, who had been intentionally avoiding this young master, made an appearance at the last moment. He clearly felt that he was in the wrong and intentionally showed himself in order to appease this young master. When he spoke up to this point, a bright light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and then a wisp of slyness suddenly appeared in his eyes as he continued muttering to himself. A bastard that refuses to take advantage of an opportunity. Seizing the opportunity when the Demon Emperor took the initiative to appease this young master because the demon race was in the wrong, I can seize this opportunity to ask him about the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Demon Mosquito Butcher's background and ability. Chapter 4000. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and stored the Shenong cauldron under his feet into his body. He even removed the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape and returned to his human form. His cultivation level also dropped to the 3rd level of the Star Lord state. After doing all this, he waved his hand and summoned the void-shattering shuttle. He took a step into it and turned around to rush towards the 3-star Devil Emperors. He had decided that he had to find out who the Mad Mosquito King and Mosquito Butcher were, and if they were related to the home planet of the demons. Yi Xian had already heard about the mother planet from the current generation's Devil Emperor, Mo Wen Tian. The bloodline ancestor of the Devil Cultivator race came from that mysterious mother planet. Back then, when the primordial war broke out, the entire great desolate world collapsed into 10,000 worlds. Because of that war, the home planet drifted to an unknown void crack. Only the bloodline primordial ancestor, who was as strong as the primordial ancestor, wandered to the first universe with a few descendants. This person was the bloodline primordial progenitor of the Demonkin race in the first universe. At that time, because he was heavily injured, this Demonkin bloodline primordial progenitor took his juniors and followers to a small independent grotto heaven to recover from his injuries. Later, one of the descendants of the bloodline primordial ancestor started a family in the first universe, which led to the birth of the demons in the first universe. The first demon emperor wasn't actually the first descendant of the primordial ancestor, he was only called the first demon emperor because he had founded the demon dynasty. In that independent small cave, there are many ancestors who are older than the first generation demon emperor. That independent small cave can be said to be the ancestral land of the demon race in the first universe. However, the ancestral land and the real foundation of our race's bloodline is actually in that mysterious mother planet. Unfortunately, the bloodline primordial ancestor left after he recovered from his wounds, along with the descendants and followers of the primordial ancestor who had followed him to the first universe. Of course, they all left their descendants in the first universe before they left. After all, they did not belong here. Although they had the bloodline to spread their branches in this universe, in the end, they were still homesick and embarked on the path back. They entered the vast void to find a way to return to their mysterious home planet. Since then, there had been no news of them, however, even though the bloodline primordial ancestor and his descendants and followers had left, the descendant who had left the demons in the first universe had a first-generation descendant and a second-generation descendant who were still alive. Both of them were immortals. The first-generation descendant was an immortal emperor. He had been training in seclusion 10,000 years ago, trying to become an immortal emperor, but he hadn't finished yet. The second-generation descendant who was guarding the ancestral land of the demons was a marquis immortal emperor. These two undying beings were merely descendants of a descendant of the primal ancestor of the demon kin bloodline primal ancestor. At that time, the bloodline primordial ancestor had descended to the first universe along with several descendants of the demons and followers of other races. Among the others, a few of them had left their descendants in the first universe. At that time, when Yi Xian found out about this shocking secret, he had asked the current demon emperor Mo Wen Tian about the whereabouts of the other descendants and followers of the primordial ancestor and their bloodline descendants. He had even asked if the mad mosquito emperor and the wretched mosquito butcher were the descendants of the other descendants and followers of the primordial ancestor. However, the current demon emperor Mo Wen Tian and the higher-ups of the royal demon family were all very secretive. Their expressions were very strange, and they said they didn't dare to say more. Yi Xian had no choice but to give up. Now, he had finally caught the demon emperor Mo Wen Tian, who had been hiding from him, and he was obviously feeling guilty because of this battle. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. After a short while, the 3 stars of the demon emperor were in sight. The void outside the inner defense circle was still in chaos. A large number of battleship wreckages were scattered in the void, and some were even burning. However, compared to the raucous scene that had just taken place, the space within the devilish Emperor 3 stars' defensive perimeter had already fallen completely silent. A large number of demon battleships were shuttling back and forth silently. Countless demon experts were busy cleaning up the mess. Yi Xian didn't stop there. The void-shattering shuttle flew directly to the demon emperor planet. Soon, it passed through the atmosphere of the demon emperor planet and entered the planet. With a whoosh, the void-shattering shuttle stopped in the air above the inner city of the demon emperor. Yi Xian took a step forward, stepped out of the cabin, and stored the void-shattering shuttle into his body with a wave of his hand. Then, his figure swayed, and when he reappeared, he was already outside the demon royal palace. At this time, the upper echelons of the devil cultivator royal family were in the middle of a meeting. When they saw Yi Xian arrive, they all stood up, including the first-generation devil emperor, Mo Tian. As expected, he had already killed the other escaping realm lord old monster and returned to the devil emperor planet before Yi Xian. Yi Xian stepped into the palace, but his face was deliberately gloomy, as if he was extremely unhappy. The upper echelons of the royal demon family saw his expression and looked at each other carefully. Before, they were very respectful in front of Yi Xian, and now, their attitude was even more obvious. After all, this young man in front of them had killed, suppressed, or captured 4 immortal realm old monsters in less than 2 hours. This was definitely a peerless monster. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was unprecedented. As if they'd noticed the displeasure in Yi Xian's heart, the demon emperor, Mo Wen Tian, and the others exchanged glances. Even though they'd stood up, none of them took the initiative to move forward. The demon emperor, Mo Wen Tian, was the #1 expert in the royal demon family. Others could avoid him, but he couldn't. When he saw Yi Xian's expression, Mo Wen Tian was first stunned, and then he shook his head and laughed bitterly. He walked over to Yi Xian, cupped his hands, and said politely, "Young brother, you've worked hard in this battle. I presume you can understand why the ancestors of my race haven't made a move. This matter. Sorry, don't call me young brother so sweetly. This young master isn't that familiar with you, right? Humph. What bullshit ally. For immortal realm old monsters descended, yet this young master, a region lord, was actually asked to hold the fort by himself. Fortunately, this young master was lucky, otherwise, would have probably been blasted to death numerous times by now. Besides that, it's really difficult to meet an ally like you. Are you trying to wash your hands off and become a superior ninja?" Chapter 4001. Don't be angry. Don't be impulsive. Hearing that Yi Xian was going to pack up and leave, the expression of the demon emperor, Mo Tian, slightly moved as he hurriedly dissuaded him. The other upper echelons of the demonkin royal family in the palace were even more nervous. The young man in front of them was a real killing god. He had taken care of 4 immortal old monsters in just 2 hours. Such battle strength was simply too important for the demon kin race today. They definitely couldn't let him leave just like that. However, this time, the demon race was indeed in the wrong. For undying old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance had arrived, while the demon race clearly had an undying ancestor, and this second-generation ancestor was an undying marquis, so it was easy for him to deal with the 4 undying old monsters from the enemy. However, he didn't show up from the beginning. In the end, the 4 undying old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance were all killed by this young man. And yet, he knew the secrets of the demon race. Under such circumstances, it would be impossible for him not to feel resentful. However, they were all allies. It was okay to be angry. They just had to say it out loud. Didn't he already make a request? They just had to satisfy him. It wasn't a big deal anyway. With this thought in mind, the gazes of the upper echelons of the demon royal family immediately turned towards the demon emperor, Mo Yutian. As for the person involved, Yi Xian, it was even more so. His eyes flickered with a bright light as he stared at the face of the demon emperor, Mo Yutian, from beginning to end, quietly waiting for his reply. From the looks of it, if Mo Yutian was still trying to muddle his way out of this matter like the previous 2 times, Mo Yutian might really turn around and leave in a huff. Faced with such a situation, Mo Yutian felt immense pressure. He opened his mouth twice, but in the end, he seemed to have accepted his fate. After sighing, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, fine. Since you insist on asking about this matter, then this emperor can only tell you everything I know." "No, no, no, no. Yes, I don't know much about this either." Yi Xian didn't say anything, waiting for him to continue. Back then, the bloodline ancestor of the demon race came from the mother planet. When he came to the first universe, he had a few descendants and followers from other races. Clearing his throat, the first demon king put on a serious expression and slowly said, "The demon race of the first universe is the bloodline descendants of a descendant of the bloodline primordial ancestor who lived in this world." Later, although the bloodline primordial ancestor, his descendants, and followers of other races all left the first universe and embarked on a journey to return to their mother planet, the descendants of the primordial ancestor who left behind the demon kin bloodline in the first universe and the second generation of the primordial ancestor's descendants, they didn't leave and have been guarding the ancestral land of the demon race all this time. The first generation descendant is an emperor-level undying. He's been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. Once he breaks through, he'll become an emperor-level undying, invincible. His eldest son, who is the second-generation descendant, is an emperor-level undying. He's the ancestor who's guarding the demon race. Besides that, the demon race has a few descendants after the second generation. However, they're all at the universe grade. No one has broken through to the undying grade. And this is just a branch of the bloodline left by one of the descendants of the ancestor. Back then, there were several descendants of the primordial ancestor. In addition to our bloodline, there was another descendant of the primordial ancestor and a follower of the primordial ancestor. They also left their bloodline in the first universe. Those 2 branches are the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Mosquito Butcher. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he subconsciously exclaimed, "As expected, I knew that those 2 old fellows had a close relationship with you demons. Now, it seems that the Mosquito Butcher should be the descendant of the other primordial ancestor. He should be a close relative of your demon cultivator race. As for the Mad Mosquito Emperor, he's a descendant of the other ancestor. Although he's not a demon, he's on the same side as you." "You're right, but not completely right." The first-generation demon emperor nodded and continued, "They are the descendants of the second primordial ancestor clan and the followers of another primordial ancestor in the first universe plane. However, they are completely different from us because Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher are descendants of the first-generation ancestor." "What? First-generation descendants?" Yi Xian was shocked. Although he had guessed the first part correctly, he didn't dare to think about the second part. What did a first-generation descendant mean? The first-generation ancestor descendant of the demon race was already an emperor-level undying even before the isolation of tens of thousands of years. Even his eldest son, who was the second-generation ancestor descendant of the demon race, was an official-level undying. The so-called first-generation ancestor descendant referred to the first-generation bloodline of the descendants and followers of the demon race. In other words, the father of Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher Old Devil wasn't a native of the first universe, nor was he born in this universe. Instead, he came from that so-called star. They were from the mother planet. Before this, Yi Xian thought the two old monsters were at most at the universe level because the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Zhu Tian, was only at the sector lord level 9 pinnacle. However, it seemed like this was far from enough. The first-generation descendant of the demon race was an emperor-level undying. The other two branches were also descendants and followers of the demon race bloodline ancestor. Even if the first-generation descendant was slightly weaker, it shouldn't be as weak as the universe level, right? It had to be at least an undying, or even an official-level undying. As such thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were about to tear apart, as though they were about to spit out flames. The two old men had lied to him time and time again. It had completely infuriated him. No one liked the feeling of being played like a monkey. In the past, the two undyings and even the marquis undyings had always acted like grandsons in front of him. One pretended to be crazy, while the other pretended to be his demon slave. Now that he thought about it, Yi Xian simply had the intention to kill. Little friend, don't be rash. It's not what you think, there's a misunderstanding. As for what Yi Xian was thinking, even though the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Zhu Tian, was well aware of it, seeing how he was instantly enraged, his eyes about to solidify, he quickly stepped forward to calm him down and mediate. He continued, although the Mad Mosquito Monarch and the Mosquito Butcher are indeed the first-generation bloodline left behind by the two bloodlines in the first universe, which is the first generation of ancestral descendants, in a sense, they can't be considered as the first generation of ancestral descendants, so their cultivation is not as strong as you think, because... Chapter 4002. What? A doppelganger? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. This plot was truly melodramatic. If that was the case, then it was understandable. Since it was a clone, then it was naturally impossible for its cultivation to be as strong as its original body. However, that was not right. The original bodies of these two fellows were the first-generation descendants of the other two bloodlines. Even if they were not emperors, they had to be official undyings. The doppelganger of such beings should at least be normal undyings. Thinking about this, Yi Xian's expression turned gloomy again. He turned to the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Zhuantian, and sneered, even if it's only a doppelganger, their original bodies are the first-generation descendants. So these two old monsters should at least be normal undyings. They're just trying to fool me. Besides, even if it's only a doppelganger, can't a doppelganger communicate with the original body? They're still the same person. This is still a lie. They're just trying to fool me. No. Hearing this, the first-generation demon emperor shook his head again and explained patiently with a wry smile, as a clone of the first-generation ancestor, of course, he can't be weaker than an ordinary undying being. However, the two of them are special, so I don't think they're lying to you. Besides, normally, doppelganger and the original body do have a way to communicate with each other. However, this is a special case for Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher. They really can't communicate with their original bodies. They don't even know who their original bodies are or where they are. Because both of them have lost their memories. Plop. Lost their memories? As soon as the first-generation demon emperor finished, Yi Xian felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. When he found out that the two old fellows were only the doppelganger of the first-generation ancestor, he already felt that the plot was ridiculous. Who would have thought that the most ridiculous part was yet to come? Such powerful beings could actually lose their memories, and both of them at the same time. This was more like a made-up story than a made-up story. No matter how he listened to it, it did not sound right. To be precise, it's a seal. The first-generation demon emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly, including their power and memories, they've all been sealed by their original bodies. And there's more than one seal, which will be undone gradually. Perhaps a few layers have been undone, but it's definitely not all. As a result, both the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Mosquito Butcher only know a little about their origins. The cultivation and strength they displayed did not match the level of a descendant of the first generation should possess. This is really fun. Why would I put layers of seals on my doppelganger for no reason? It's like wrapping a dumpling. What the hell is this? Hearing this, Yi Xian completely understood. The expression on his face also became strange. He shook his head and bitterly smiled. I really don't know what kind of mystery is behind this. These ancestors really know how to play. The first-generation demon emperor sighed again. Hence, there's no way to investigate this matter. Let alone us outsiders, even the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher don't know. It's really, sigh, I'm speechless. Yi Xian did not say anything else. His dissatisfaction and resentment towards the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher had mostly dissipated. In terms of resentment, these two old fellows were probably even more resentful than him. His cultivation and memories had been sealed by his original body for no reason, and he had been living in a muddle-headed state all this while. Anyone would have a bone to pick with this. If these two old fellows saw his original body in the future, they would probably rush up to him and strangle his neck out of resentment. Thinking of that scene, Yi Xian could not help but shudder. The doppelganger and the original body fighting upon meeting, such a scene was too beautiful. He did not dare to continue imagining it. The matter came to an end, and Yi Xian did not mention the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the wretched Mosquito Butcher again. Both sides did not mention the dissatisfaction they had with the demon race. Everyone sat down one after another, and the topic returned to the main topic, which was the current situation of the demon race. Before this, the myriad Luo Federation Senate had already lost an immortal old monster in the demon race, so this time, at least 2 immortal old monsters will be mobilized. After pondering for a while, the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Yutian, had a solemn expression. He continued, in addition, the 2 large camps of the Third Universe's human race should each send 2 immortal old monsters. That makes 6 immortal old monsters. In addition, the allied forces of the Second Universe's various races will send at least 4 immortal old monsters. Otherwise, their strength would be far weaker than the Third Universe's human race and the myriad Luo Federation. They are now in a hostile relationship, no longer allies. On the surface, they came to the First Universe to suppress the demon race, but in reality, they each have their own thoughts. They came with the intention of dividing the benefits of the First Universe's plane. Moreover, ever since the last unforeseen event, the source of all evil star field has been rather quiet. The eye of the heavens will definitely not give up on the void refinement array. There will definitely be other things that will happen in the future. For the Third Universe's human race, the myriad Luo Federation, and the Second Universe's various races, they will definitely not let go of the good fortune of the source of all evil star field. However, because of the last 2 unforeseen events, they have lost too much strength, so they do not dare to rashly advance again. And if they can get a piece of the cake in the First Universe and occupy a star field, they can station an army here for a long time and closely monitor the source of all evil star field. At this point, the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Yutian, paused for a moment and turned to look at the gloomy upper echelons of the demon race. After a short while, he said in a heavy tone, 10 immortal old monsters have arrived at the same time. This time, our demon race will have to undergo the most severe test. And there is not much time left for us to prepare. At the latest, in 3 days, the forces from outside the plane will arrive in the First Universe, and in 5 days, they will arrive at the Demon Emperor star field. Those 10 immortal old monsters will be dealt with by our demon race's great ancestor. If Linghu's strength is not damaged, he can be a support. As for beings below the immortal old monster level, our ancestral land will send a corresponding great ancestor to deal with them. The same goes for those at the sector lord level and domain lord level. As for those below the domain lord level, there is no corresponding force in the ancestral land to deal with them, so they will still need to be dealt with by everyone present. Chapter 4003. The First Universe, the Edge of the Demon's Star Field. Here, separated by tens of millions of miles in the void, there were two giant planar-level wormholes. One end of the two wormholes was at the edge of the demon star field in the first universe, but the other end was in the second universe and the third universe respectively. These two wormholes were the planar-level passageways between the three universes. If the races of the second universe and the human race of the third universe wanted to conquer the first universe, their battleship armies would be sent through these two planar-level wormholes. At this time, near these two planar-level wormholes, there were a large number of battleship armies gathered. One belonged to the two camps of the human race of the third universe, and the Sunlan fleet of the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation. On the other side of the wormhole, there was a punitive army from the various races of the second universe gathered. It had been nearly 3 days since the first battleship had rushed out of the wormhole. The armies outside the two planar wormholes had basically finished gathering. They were just waiting for an order, and they would approach the demon domain from two different directions at the same time, until they reached the demon domain. Demon Emperor 3 stars. Although everyone knew that the outcome of this war was determined by the high-end battle strength of the immortal rank, but whether it was the races of the second universe, the human race of the third universe, or the Wan Luo Federation. In addition to secretly dispatching the immortal rank old monsters to participate in the war, in terms of the conventional battle strength, which was the battleship army that had been gathered to the end, they still spared no effort. The high-end battle strength of the immortal rank only determined the final outcome of this war. But annihilating the demon race was not their ultimate goal. Whether it was the races of the second universe, the two camps of the human race of the third universe, or the Wan Luo Federation, the ultimate goal was to divide the benefits of the entire first universe by annihilating the demon race. After the war, the undying old monsters of the various great powers would not be able to do it personally. They would only make a general agreement with each other. After that, the specific process of the distribution of benefits would still fall to the conventional battle forces below to fight for it. Therefore, the scale of the battleship army brought by the major forces and races was extremely shocking. These battleship armies would play the role of fighting for territories and mountains after annihilating the demon race. If there were too few people, the benefits would naturally be too little. Everyone understood this logic. Because of this, the battleship armies dispatched by the races of the second universe and the human race of the third universe, as well as the Wan Luo Federation, all exceeded the scale of the previous battle for the source of all evil. Just the Wan Luo Federation alone had dispatched half of the Sunlan fleet. This time, after arriving at the first universe plane through the universe wormhole, the total number of battleships that had been assembled had reached as many as 5 million. Overseeing this blue fleet was a Universe 9th Stage senior statesman of the Senate. This person's name was Saga, and he was not a human. He was a powerhouse from a small race in the second universe. Nearly 10,000 years ago, he had been ostracized and represented his race to enter the headquarters of the Myriad Net Federation. Now, he had grown to such a high level. The elders of the Myriad Luo Federation Senate were divided into many levels. The lowest level was the Region Lord Elder, while the next level was the Realm Lord Elder and the Universe Lord Elder. As for the Immortal Elders, they were the core of power. As a Universe 9 Grade Grand Elder, Saga was only one step away from entering the Immortal Realm. He would become an Immortal Elder of the Myriad Luo Federation Senate and enter the core of power. This time, he had been appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of the regular fleet. From this, it could be seen that the Myriad Luo Federation was quite ambitious this time. They were prepared to do something big in the first universe and seize a large territory as their Federation territory. Perhaps after this battle, the myriad Luo Federation, which had not had an official star domain territory, would become a planar organization with its own ancestral land. Besides the myriad Luo Federation, the two human race camps, which were also from the third universe plane, had gathered even more shocking conventional forces this time. Both camps of the human race had gathered tens of millions of troops. The Cultivation camp, led by the Jianghu Celestial Palace and allied with other sects, had gathered a total of tens of millions of troops. More than two-thirds of them were all kinds of treasure battleships, while the remaining one-third were all kinds of battleships and fortresses of various sizes. Leading this army of tens of millions of battleships was the first palace of the Jianghu Celestial Palace, which was also the deputy palace master of the Heavenju Celestial Palace. This person was called Gong Shouxin, and his appearance was that of a Wuxian green-robed old man. His cultivation was very strong, and he was also at the universe rank 9 great perfection. He was only one step away from entering the immortal realm and becoming a supreme immortal old monster. As for the human race's technology camp, they had also gathered tens of millions of battleships to form an army. Half of this army came from the immortal army of the imperial capital's immortal star, while the other half came from the 3 great empires under the imperial capital. The commander-in-chief of this imperial capital's immortal army was called Long Xixia, and he was a reclusive old monster of the imperial family. His cultivation was also at the universe rank 9 great perfection. Just the third universe plane alone had gathered an army of 25 million battleships and battleships. The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies was a half-step immortal old monster, and there were 2 ordinary immortal old monsters lurking in the dark. This was definitely a powerful force, and the lineup was too luxurious. And this was only the forces gathered outside the wormhole that connected to the third universe's dimension. The troops gathered outside the wormhole connected to the second universe plane were about the same as the troops gathered here. Basically, all the large tribes of the second universe had organized a fleet to participate in this alliance. Among them, except for the Dark Turtle tribe, which was among the top 10 tribes, the other 9 powerful tribes had gathered a fleet of between 1 million and 2 million soldiers. Just the combined strength of these 9 powerful tribes of the second universe plane was close to 20 million soldiers. In addition to the large number of fleets of other small tribes, the total strength of the entire second universe plane's alliance army was even more than 25 million soldiers, reaching almost 27 million soldiers. In addition, the commander-in-chief of the alliance army of the second universe plane's alliance army was a command council, which was made up of 9 old monsters of the top 10 tribes. These 9 old monsters of the 9 tribes were all at the late-stage universe plane, and more than half of them had already reached the universe rank 9 great perfection. In total, the enemy troops gathered outside the wormholes of these 2 planes had a total strength of more than 50 million soldiers. And this was only the so-called conventional combat strength that was revealed on the surface. Chapter 4004. The battleship army of more than 50 million soldiers was divided into 2 camps and assembled near the 2 wormholes at the edge of the Demon Star area. After 3 whole days, they were finally fully assembled. Then, with an order from the commanders, the 2 terrifying armies of more than 20 million soldiers set off almost at the same time, approaching the Demon Emperor 3 stars from the left and right of the Demon Domain from the same direction. Soon, they entered the Demon Star area. Such a terrifying army couldn't advance too fast. In fact, they didn't need to advance too fast. If they walked slowly, it would create an invisible pressure on the demon race. After all, such a terrifying army was basically enough to sweep across a universe. They couldn't resist the demon race at all. They were almost doomed to be exterminated. The pressure of facing extermination would become more and more intense as time went by and the terrifying army approached. 2 days. According to the estimation of the commanders of the 2 camps, the 2 armies would approach the 3 stars Demon Star area in 2 days in such a state of slow advance. The scouts of the demon race stationed at the edge of the star area had been informed of all this. They immediately reported all the information to the 3 Stars Demon Emperor. While the terrifying armies of the 2 camps were still assembling their forces, the 3 Stars Demon Emperor was ready to fight. The total force of the demon race was about 20 million battleships. Previously, Grandpa Mo had led 10 million battleships to form an allied force of 4 clans with the Hell Ant Clan, the Space Mouse Clan and the Giant Ferocious Clan. At this moment, they were in the depths of the first universe. Therefore, there were only about 15 million battleships left in the 3 Stars Demon Emperor. In these 3 days, the 2 camps from the second universe and the third universe were assembling their forces, and so were the demon race. Each of the 8 foreign tribes of the Demon Dweller race had 10 Demon Dweller stars. Because there were still some clansmen in these Demon Dweller stars, each Demon Dweller star had some battleships guarding it. But in these 3 days, the battleships stationed on the demon stars of the 8 tribes had all shrunk to the 3 Stars Demon Emperor. However, there were only about 4 million battleships. Including this part, the total number of warships stationed in the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor was less than 20 million. These 20 million battleships were now lined up in a straight line in the void of the universe outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor. The left and right sides of the battleships stretched for tens of millions of miles. Unfortunately, compared to the forces of the 2 external factions that were slowly approaching the 3-star demonic emperors, they were still inferior in comparison. They didn't even have half of the enemy's forces. However, aside from this army of close to 20 million battleships, there were also close to 6 million native ferocious beasts gathered in the Demon Emperor's 3 stars defensive perimeter. Originally, the native ferocious beasts in the depths of the root of all evil galaxy were numerous, but during the first calamity, most of them failed to escape and were buried in the netherworld cauldron under the wrath of the heavenly Tao Heavenly Eye. However, although the native ferocious beasts that had escaped with the help of Yi Xian's Shenong cauldron were not many in number, only around 5 million to 6 million, but almost all of them were elites. At this moment, the close to 6 million native ferocious beasts had all revealed their bloodline true forms. Each of them was huge in size, comparable to a battleship or a fortress of various sizes. Some of the more powerful existences even had bodies of tens of thousands of feet, comparable to a fortress of various sizes. As for battle prowess, a native ferocious beast, after revealing its bloodline true form, was basically on par with a Starry Sky battleship. After all, although the Starry Sky battleships had starship cannons, the native ferocious beasts also had innate abilities and were more agile. In a battle of attrition, it was really difficult to say who would emerge victorious. In other words, the 6 million native ferocious beasts could basically be regarded as 6 million battleships of various types. Including them, the total number of the demonic race's forces barely reached 25 million. Compared to the total number of forces of the 2 external factions that were approaching, they had reached half of the enemy's forces. At this moment, the close to 6 million native ferocious beasts occupied a large corner of the demonic race's defensive perimeter. All of them revealed their bloodline true forms and bared their fangs and brandished their claws in excitement. For the demonic race, the upcoming battle was a battle for the survival of their race. For the nearly 6 million native ferocious beasts, the purpose of this battle was only to obtain food and store it. After the battle, they would slowly enjoy it when they returned to the farmer god cauldron. As for the survival of the demonic race, they did not care at all. These native ferocious beasts acknowledged Yi Xian, but it did not mean that they would love him for his sake. It was the same for the demonic race. All the native ferocious beasts in the depths of the root of all evil star field had some desolate era bloodline in them. They had their own pride, and it was already good enough that they acknowledged Yi Xian and sincerely followed him. Yi Xian did not intend to force them to do the same for the demonic race. In fact, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, the devil cultivator was only a relatively close ally. In this battle, many of the demonic race would die, and so would the native ferocious beasts. When Yi Xian took them out of the farmer god cauldron, he had already specifically reminded them of this point. However, when these foodies heard that they were going to hunt soon, and it was going to be a large-scale hunt at that, and that they might not be able to finish the food they had accumulated in a year after the battle, they immediately felt as if they had just been injected with chicken blood, and started to shout excitedly. As for the so-called death, these native ferocious beasts obviously did not care at all. In the environment of the starry sky, if they wanted to survive, they had to take all kinds of risks. If they did not even dare to take the risk of dying in a battle, they would not be able to go far at all. In short, whether it was the demonic race or the nearly 6 million powerful native ferocious beasts, they were all ready for a fierce battle. After this battle, they would either soar into the sky and eat to their heart's content, or die without regrets. A day passed quickly. From the left and right corners of the void, the two large camps were slowly approaching. They were already close to the central domain of the demonic race. They were not far from the Demon Emperor domain. Chapter 4005. The 11 Immortals, this time all came in person. But at this moment, all of them had perfectly concealed their figures outside of the void and were lying dormant in different parallel planes. If they hadn't kept a trace of their divine sense to pay attention to the situation here at all times, they probably wouldn't even have been able to capture this obscure aura. In fact, even if the 11 immortal old monsters were paying attention to the situation in this plane at all times, the starry sky experts below the immortal realm still couldn't capture their aura. In the void ahead, the two armies were slowly advancing towards the Demon Emperor 3 stars. No one sensed that there were 11 immortal old monsters following closely behind them tens of millions of miles away. Even the commanders of the major clans, although they knew that the immortal old monsters behind the clans had already moved out and must be paying attention here, they didn't know where they were. However, the 11 immortal old monsters all knew of each other's existence. At the same time, they also knew that the ancestor of the demon cultivator race must have already captured their auras and knew that there were 11 immortal old monsters of the same level approaching. It was very difficult for an immortal old monster to fall, unless the disparity in battle strength between them was too great, or if one side had some kind of extremely powerful killing treasure, such as the Rai Di seal in the hands of Yi Xian, the Shenong cauldron, and the like. It was just a fight between two immortal old monsters of the same level. At most, there would be a situation of some serious injuries. Even if the weaker side was no match for the enemy, at least they could escape, at most paying a certain price. But this time was different. The 11 immortal old monsters had arrived at the same time. The demon man ancestor was almost doomed. In the opinion of the 11 immortal old monsters who were about to approach the Demon Emperor 3 stars, the other party either didn't appear and watched the Demon Man race be destroyed, the Demon Man star area and even the entire vast First Universe plane would be divided by the powerful allied forces from the other two planes. Or, once he appeared, he would definitely die. 11 immortal realm old monsters at the same level as him were enough to seal the entire star area the moment he appeared. Even the immortal realm old monsters couldn't tear open the void and leave. They could only grit their teeth and stay behind to be killed. This was definitely a wonderful feeling. For these 11 immortal old monsters, being able to annihilate a powerful clan and kill an immortal old monster at the same level was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These 11 immortal old monsters didn't intend to act rashly. In their opinion, this was just a group of demons within the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. They couldn't even resist the 50 million soldiers in front of them. Their target this time was the foundation ancestor of the Demon Kin race, as well as the ant-like junior who had the ability and means to kill an undying being, the younger brother of the Demon Kin, Mo Jinfeng. Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the Demon Kin race, was confirmed to be within the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. However, even though he had the means to kill an undying being, he was still just a Star Lord. Even if the 4 great evildoers were one, and they were known as the number 1 of the younger generation in the world, no matter how monstrous they were, they still hadn't grown up. Therefore, although the 11 immortal old monsters listed him as a target to be killed or captured, they didn't really regard him as an important target. The only one they were really interested in was the Foundation ancestor of the demon kin race. Until the Foundation ancestor of the demon kin showed up, the 11 immortal old monsters from the other 2 planes wouldn't take action, nor would they interfere with the battle at the front line. What they needed to do was to follow the army of the 2 camps into the Demon Emperor star area and pay close attention to the slightest movement. Once the Foundation ancestor of the demon kin race showed up, they would immediately seal off the entire star area and attack the immortal old monster of the enemy camp. They would start to suppress and kill. As long as they could do this and deal with the ancestor of the demon race, it would be equivalent to solving all the worries in the future. They wouldn't even need to stay in the first universe for a long time. The subsequent matters of dividing up the benefits and seizing the territory would be managed by the clan below. The upper echelons would be in charge. The 11 immortal old monsters were tens of millions of kilometers away from the terrifying fleet of the 2 camps in front of them. They didn't enter the Demon Emperor star area at first. But now, as the huge fleet of the 2 camps advanced forward for a day, they had already entered the central region of the demon domain. Although the 11 immortal old monsters behind them were still dormant in the parallel space, the wisps of immortal divine sense they had extended had finally officially entered. They entered the Demon Emperor star area. It was also at this moment that the 11 immortal old monsters sensed something at the same time. The strands of immortal divine sense that they had extended all shook slightly. After a short period of dead silence, they began to secretly communicate with each other with surprise and suspicion. Huh? This is the aura of an immortal old monster? That's right. It's definitely the resentment left behind by an immortal old monster when he died. Although there's no specific consciousness, it's extremely clear. It hasn't been more than 5 days. It seems to be more than 1, at least 2, what happened? Within 5 days, 2 immortals have been killed in this Demon Emperor star area? Who did it? The Foundation ancestor of the Demon Emperor star area? This is definitely intentional. It's meant to warn us. Otherwise, why would an immortal old monster leave behind such a clear resentment after killing the immortal old monster? The other party's intention is obvious. It's to let us know that in the past 5 days, he has killed 2 immortals in this Demon Emperor star area. He has killed at least 2 immortals in this Demon Emperor star area. You want to scare us with just this? 2 immortals and 11 immortals are 2 completely different concepts. What's more, the 2 immortals who were unfortunately killed were most likely tricked by him and killed separately. I don't believe that this Demon Emperor star area ancestor has the ability to fight 1 against 2 and kill 2 immortals of the same level. He has the strength of an immortal old monster. That's too childish. His mind has clearly been thrown into chaos, and he's even using such a low-level and laughable trick. If he really had the strength to kill 2 undyings of the same level at the same time, why would he intentionally reveal it? When the time comes to suddenly explode in the middle of the battle, the killing power is even stronger. Damn, he's tough on the outside but weak on the inside. Chapter 4006. Several Immortal Realm old monsters secretly gave orders. The fleets of the 2 camps, which had been slowly advancing, immediately sped up. In just half a day, they had entered the Demon Emperor star area and stopped in the void 20 million miles away from the inner defense circle of the 3 stars Demon Emperor star area. In an instant, the atmosphere in the vast Demon Emperor star area was extremely oppressive and tense. More than 70 million battleships were divided into 3 camps, each occupying a void and facing each other. Outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars Demon Emperor star were nearly 20 million battleships of the demon race and more than 5 million ferocious native beasts that had shown their bloodline true bodies. In the opposite void 20 million miles away, there were 2 camps of troops, one on the left and one on the right, each with more than 25 million troops. On the left was the allied army of the 2 camps of the human race in the 3rd universe and the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation. On the right was the allied army of the various races in the 2nd universe. Today, the various races of the 2nd universe had already withdrawn from the myriad Luo Federation. Therefore, these two camps did not communicate with each other. Although their purpose was the same, they were extremely cold. It was obvious that there was no possibility of cooperation. Even if the war started later, these two attacking camps would fight for themselves. After arriving at the battlefield, the battleship armies of the two camps immediately began to arrange their troops. This was necessary. After all, each camp had more than 25 million battleships. With such a large number of battleships, if they did not arrange their troops properly, it would be difficult to command them when the battle started. Reasonable. The arrangement of 20 million troops could not be completed in a short time. It would take at least half a day. During this time, the commanders of the two camps, in an aloof and arrogant manner, began to shout to the demon camp in the void 20 million miles ahead, "Demon race, Mo Yefeng has disturbed the three dimensions and committed many evil deeds. Immediately hand him over and withdraw your troops for investigation. Otherwise, today's war is inevitable. The calamity of the 3 stars Demon Emperor Star is coming, and the survival of the entire demon race is on the line." The first to speak was the Wan Luo Federation. The commander-in-chief of the Sanlan fleet, Sal, said in a tough tone and went straight to the point. He demanded the demon race to hand over his brother Mo Yefeng, or he would launch a crusade by force. Gong Shouxin, the vice-palace master of Tian Gongju, who was the commander-in-chief of the 10 million battleships of the human clan, also snorted coldly. His words were clearly even more impolite. What 4 great evildoers in one body? They are clearly evil worshippers who bring calamity to the world. Whether it is young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, or the immemorial little devil ape, they have all brought calamity to a region. This time, my Tenju celestial palace has come to suppress them, and we must exterminate them. As soon as he finished his words, Long Xixia, an elder of the Immortal dynasty from the human race's science and technology camp, also voiced his support. "Demons, don't make a mistake. Today, little Mo must be beheaded. Whether you and your race turn back from the wrong path or go down the wrong path and be buried with him depends on a single thought." In the blink of an eye, the 3 half-step Immortal Realm experts had made their stance clear. It was as if they had already sentenced Mo Ju Feng to death, and that he was destined to die today. The atmosphere in the corner of the void where the 3 sides were facing each other became even more tense. The other factions in the second universe didn't want to be outdone either. Without waiting for the demon to respond, the 9 half-step Immortal Realm masters who were commanding the meeting started to speak. They weren't condemning anymore, they were cursing and scolding. "What's with all this nonsense? You humans are all hypocrites. Are you really going to retreat immediately after they hand over that Linghu brat? Humph, don't even think about it. That little Ling who has done a lot of harm to the races in the second universe. Today, we must settle this matter with the demons." That's right. A little demon junior dares to blackmail the races in the second universe. And again, and again. This is intolerable. First, he used the identity of Linghu brat to wreak havoc. Then, he used the identity of Netherworld brat to stir up trouble in the second universe. In the end, he turned into that damned little demon ape brat and entered the source of all evil, ruining the plans of the allied forces of all races. All of these are blood feuds. Hate. Today, everything will come to an end. A mere demon junior can't do such a thing. We have every reason to suspect that little Mo is being plotted by the entire upper echelon of the demon race. Today, even if we hand over little Mo, the demon race must be punished. Little Ling who must die today. As for the entire demon race, either all of them withdraw from the battleship and accept the investigation, or the entire race will be wiped out. Roar. Screech. Speaking of the past, the 9 half-step immortals from the various races of the second universe gradually became agitated. Their words became sharper and sharper, scolding the entire demon race and Yi Xian until they were completely useless. They were simply supreme evils that brought disaster to the human world. Facing all of this, in a command cabin on the top floor of a starry sky fortress 20 million miles away, a group of upper echelons led by the demon emperor Mo Xuantian looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They sighed speechlessly. Although the other party's words were extremely unpleasant and even infuriating, from a certain point of view, it was no wonder these old guys were so agitated. Plus, what they said was basically the truth. Whether it was little Ling Hu, little Master Yu Ming, or little immemorial demon ape, they had indeed caused quite a lot of trouble to the various races and top forces in the three dimensions. In particular, the races of the second universe had suffered even more. In the first incident of the source of all evil, the primordial little demon ape had tormented the races of the second universe until they were on the brink of death. They had almost lost their temper. Now that they knew that these three identities were actually all Mo Jinfeng, the imperial younger brother of the demon race, these old fellows recalled the past. When they thought about how the existence that made them gnash their teeth was right in front of them, how could they not feel hatred? Thinking of this, the expressions of the upper echelons of the demon race became more and more worried. The current demon emperor Mo Xuantian even turned to look at Mo Xuantian after pondering for a moment. He asked anxiously, "Old ancestor, look at how those old guys hate little friend Ling Hu to the bone. They look like they want to eat him alive. If we agree with little friend and allow him to enter the enemy camp alone, I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate, right? After all, there are still some immortal-level old monsters lurking in the dark. It's not just one or two, but at least 10 of them. If we allow little friend to enter the enemy camp like this, and if an accident happens, I'm afraid even the old ancestor will be afraid to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. If that's the case, we will be in a completely passive situation." Chapter 4007. The demons didn't respond to the scolding and condemnation of the two camps. It was as if they couldn't be bothered. The long camp line was silent, as if they didn't hear anything at all. This was very infuriating. Sal of the myriad Luo Federation Senate and Gong Wuxin and Long Xixia, the commander-in-chief of the human race's fleets, were still fine. They restrained themselves for the time being and didn't act up. However, the upper echelons of the 9 great races of the second universe were all hot-tempered, especially the 9 half-step undyings who formed the huge camp commanding council. They couldn't stand such disrespect and were furious. "Demons, are you looking for death? You actually ignored our warning and didn't respond. This is blatant disregard, we must punish them. Take action immediately. This is infuriating. They are already at death's door, yet they are still so arrogant. The demons are too stubborn. We need to wake them up with a bang. No need to wait. Send out an elite army and teach them a heavy lesson." Rumble, as the 9 half-step undyings roared, an army of 1,000,000 battleships sailed out from the second universe's camp on the right. They were all fortresses and strongholds, heading straight for the central region 20 million miles away. Just these 1,000,000 battleships were naturally no match for the entire demon army, which had more than 25 million battleships and ferocious beasts. However, the 9 half-step undyings didn't think the demons would dare to fight back. The difference in strength was too obvious. The demons were at an absolute disadvantage. To put it simply, these 9 half-step immortal realm experts felt they had the right to be arrogant. At this moment, the 1,000,000 elite battleships were moving forward and were about to attack. It was like a confrontation between two strong warriors. The stronger side would step forward and slap the other side in the face. The weaker side, no matter how angry they were, could only endure. Once they fought back, they would be completely suppressed. As the 1,000,000 battleships sailed out, they gradually approached the central region that was 20 million kilometers in size. On the left, within the huge camp from the third universe, Saer, Gong Shou Xian and Long Xixia, the 3 half-step undying commanders all snorted coldly, "Humph. Those 9 old fogies are just taking the opportunity to show off their strength and build momentum in advance for the division of benefits after the destruction of the demon kin race." Unfortunately, this time, the armies of the two great dimensions are gathering at the same time to suppress the demon kin. The allied forces of the various races of the second universe are not the main force. Isn't it just a slap in the face to create momentum? We know how to do it too. Gentlemen, let's each send out an army and gather 1,000,000 battleships. We can't let the races of the second universe monopolize this. Seconded. The three grand commanders had already given their orders, and the fleet below quickly departed. The Immortal Army of the Human Race's Technology faction and the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace of the Cultivation faction each dispatched 500,000 battleships and battleships. The Myriad Net Federation Sunlan fleet also dispatched 500,000 battleships. The three forces gathered a total of 1,500,000 battleships and battleships, which was even larger than the 1,000,000 battleships sent out by the second universe. With great momentum, they drove at full speed toward the central domain of the battlefield in front of them. This was clearly the two great subjugation camps taking action at the same time. They were going to teach the arrogant demonkin race a lesson before the official battle began. The army of 2,500,000 battleships and battleships soon arrived at the central domain of the battlefield in front of them. They were only 10 million miles away from the long defensive line of the demonkin race in front of them, and the battleship cannons entered the range of attack. If there were no accidents, these 2,500,000 battleships would open fire at any time. They would fire at the same time and blast out dense energy light beams like rain to punish the arrogance and rudeness of the demonkin race. Just at this moment, an unexpected change happened. Whoosh! A faint air-breaking sound rang out. In the void 2 to 3 million miles away in front of the 2,500,000 battleships, a figure suddenly appeared without warning. It was Yi Xian, who appeared in the identity of the demonkin race's royal brother. You are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. How dare you clamor and denounce me here? Today, I will make sure you can't leave. Prepare to die. Yi Xian roared the last word. At the same time, he waved his hand and summoned the Starry Sky War Raja of the Undying World in his body. It was completely blood red. It was the Weeping Soul War Raja. Seeing this scene, the countless experts from the three camps that were facing each other from 20 million kilometers away were dumbfounded. Yi Xian hadn't shown himself before, so no one knew where he was. However, he didn't expect him to suddenly appear at such a critical moment. Moreover, he was so arrogant that he was going to destroy the front by himself. These 2,500,000 elite battleships. Almost at the same time, within these 2,500,000 elite battleships and battleships, there were a large number of panicked screams. The demonkin's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng? Heavens, this guy is actually hiding in the void and wants to attack us. Weeping Soul War Raja, he actually summoned the Weeping Soul War Raja. Turn around immediately. The Weeping Soul War Raja is everywhere. The power of this killing weapon is too terrifying. Turn around immediately and avoid the War Raja's giant mouth. It's too late. The battleships are too densely packed. It will take time to turn around, but the terrifying War Raja can be activated at any time. Abandon ship, everyone abandon ship and scatter in all directions. Try to survive as much as possible, roar. Roar roar. In the midst of the chaos, a large number of Starry Sky experts rushed out of the battleships. In the blink of an eye, the 2,500,000 elite battleships were surrounded by experts from various races. When the roars rang out, all the experts except for the human race revealed their bloodline true bodies. Because this allowed them to move faster, everyone was scared out of their wits in the face of the Weeping Soul War Raja. They only wanted to use all their strength to escape the range of this killing weapon's giant mouth as quickly as possible. But at this moment, without waiting for them to turn around, Yi Xian ordered the Weeping Soul War Raja to activate at full power. Screech! A shrill howl rang out. After being refined by the Thunder Marsh Spirit Mist, the tens of millions of weeping soul beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes in the weeping soul battle scroll had all evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm weeping soul golden apes. There were even 300,000 Genesis Realm weeping soul purple apes. Chapter 4008. Screech, the chilling screech of the weeping soul resounded in the void. The entire vast and boundless star field seemed to tremble under the sudden arrival of this violent howl. It was a terrifying howl that seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens. It immediately caused countless experts in the nearby void to tremble violently. Even their minds and consciousnesses were in a daze at this moment. It was as if their spiritual bodies were being drawn by the howl and were about to leave their bodies. In the void in front of them, an invisible tide like an ocean in the starry sky suddenly leaked out from the core node. It followed the outer 9 rings of the war drum and continued to expand. Finally, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it covered the vast void directly facing the mouth of the huge horn. The bottom was enveloped. Ah, ah. In the void, miserable howls rang out one after another. They were all extremely short, but they covered the sky and the earth. They were densely packed and continued endlessly, causing a great terror that made one's back shiver and scalp tighten to spread out in an instant, enveloping this corner of the starry sky. The scene was too strange. The extreme contrast between vision and hearing gave people a completely unreal feeling. In the central area of the battlefield, the 2.5 million elite battleships did not move at all. They were not affected in the slightest, but the experts of various races who had already rushed out of the battleships trembled violently at this moment. Everyone's expression was ferocious, and blood was flowing from their 7 orifices, as if they were enduring great pain. Although the Weeping Soul War Drum's Weeping Soul War Drum did not possess any physical attack power, it was precisely because of this that its attack effect on the soul, spirit, consciousness, and other levels was even more shocking and horrifying. Previously, the experts of various races in the 2.5 million elite battleships were well aware of this point. That was why they were so panicked when they saw Yi Xian suddenly appear and wave his hand to summon a blood-colored Weeping Soul War Drum. Any expert would be most fearful of this kind of soul-level attack. Although the experts of the starry sky who had hurriedly fled from the 2.5 million elite battleships were of different races, including the human race and the experts of various races of the second universe, but in the face of the Weeping Soul War Drum, they were equally frightened. The Weeping Soul Beast's Weeping Soul spiritual wave was not only effective against demons who possessed spiritual power, but it was also effective against human cultivators who cultivated the primordial spirit, as well as the consciousness level of other races or life forms, such as electronic consciousness, crystal consciousness, and so on. At this time, all the experts in the void, including the few who were still inside the 2,500,000 elite warships, were affected by the Weeping Soul howl. At present, the Weeping Soul Battle Kara could insta-kill any being below the 15th level of cultivation with a single full-powered attack. In other words, if one's cultivation hadn't reached the level of an almighty figure of the universe, then there was no chance of survival under the devastation of this soul-crying howl. At this time, the howling sound rang out. Among the countless starry sky masters, only 100 or so universe masters clenched their teeth and performed void teleportation, escaping the area covered by the Weeping Soul howl. However, even though they had managed to survive the Weeping Soul howl, their souls had suffered quite a bit of damage. It was likely that they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. This scene was too tragic. In the void, the shrill and ear-piercing howl lasted for only a second before it completely disappeared and could no longer be heard. Then, 2 seconds later, as if in response to this howl, the countless miserable howls that appeared following this howl also completely disappeared. In just a breath of time, the void returned to silence, a deathly silence. The 2,500,000 elite warships were still standing there, undamaged, but they had already become ghost warships. There was not a single living person inside or outside the warships. In the void outside a large number of warships, there were densely packed with corpses. They were all floating corpses. These starry sky masters, even though all of them had revealed their enormous bloodline true bodies, were still unable to escape the calamity. Yi Xian had acted too quickly. With a weeping soul howl, he had instantly determined the outcome of the battle. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, almost all of the starry sky masters in the 2,500,000 elite warships had perished. Only a little more than 100 universe realm masters had managed to escape. As far as the eye could see, this corner of the void of the central battlefield domain was densely packed with corpses of various races experts. The human race was the minority, only about a quarter of them. Basically, they were all the bloodline true bodies of various races experts of the second universe. Facing this horrifying scene, countless experts from the three camps who were facing each other from 20 million miles away were collectively speechless and dumbfounded. Even Cao, Gong Shou Xian, Long Xixia, and the 9 half-step immortal realm masters in the second universe's camp's command council were all in a daze. They came back to their senses. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian waved his hand and directly stored the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman into the undying world within his body. This time, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts within the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman weren't completely exhausted and still had the ability to attack. At the same time, he turned around and looked in the direction of the demon camp behind him. His gaze fell on the area where more than 5 million indigenous ferocious beasts were gathered. Rolling his eyes, he grinned and said, "What are you waiting for? This king has already helped you kill the prey. Do you want this king to deliver all the food to you one by one?" That's right. The reason why Yi Xian used the Weeping Soul battle armor at the beginning was to help these gluttonous ferocious beasts collect some meat to eat. The void in front of them was now densely packed with bloodline avatars of various races experts. It was enough for each of the 5 million gluttonous ferocious beasts to eat dozens of corpses. Of course, the other quarter were human corpses. Yi Xian had already ordered that no ferocious beasts were allowed to touch them. If the situation forced him to, he could start a war with the human race, but he would never allow the ferocious beasts to eat human corpses. Roar! Roar roar! As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise immediately raised their heads and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Immediately after, the nearly 6 million ferocious beasts behind them all howled in excitement as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. In the blink of an eye, the 5 million indigenous ferocious beasts' eyes turned green. There were at least 30 to 40 million bloodline avatars in front of them. They were all incomparably large. In their eyes, this was clearly an incomparably fresh meat to eat. It was probably still warm today. If they kept it, it would be enough to eat for a long time. In the next instant, without needing anyone to say anything, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise took the lead and rushed forward. Behind them, close to 6 million indigenous ferocious beasts were densely packed. Each of them had green light in their eyes as they rushed forward like a rolling tide. Chapter 4009. In just a few breaths of time, a huge change happened. The 2.5 million elite battleships weren't damaged in the slightest, and they were still suspended in the void of the central territory ahead of them. However, all the experts of the various clans within the battleships had already fallen, and only a little over 100 supreme figures of the universe had escaped with heavy injuries to their souls. The 2.5 million elite battleships were originally sent by the two camps to slap the demon in the face. They were sure that the demon wouldn't dare to fight back. However, the result made them pale. Before they could slap the demon had already slapped his own face. Slap. After that, he even spat a mouthful of phlegm on his face. Even though all the experts in the 2.5 million battleships were dead, the demon's royal brother, Mo Jiufeng, didn't seem to want to stop. He turned around and summoned millions of ferocious beasts to collect the corpses. Without a doubt, This so-called collection of corpses was the process of treating the corpses of the experts of various races in the void as food. They would be preserved and slowly enjoyed. This was simply unbearable. Sal, Gong Shou Xian, Long Xixia, and the 9 half-step immortal realm experts of the second universe were so angry that their bodies were shaking. Their faces were ashen, and they almost spurted blood. Now, they almost wanted to skin the demon's royal brother, Mo Jiufeng, alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to quench their hatred. However, when they turned around and summoned the millions of ferocious beasts, the culprit, Mo Jiufeng, strangely disappeared from the spot. No one could sense or capture his aura. Sal, Gong Shou Xian, Long Xixia, and the 9 half-step immortal realm experts of the second universe all clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. They roared madly and issued new orders. Attack immediately and send these damned vicious beasts to the afterlife. Attack! All the big fortresses, attack immediately. Rush over as fast as possible and annihilate these damn gluttons, Hong Long Long. Boom! As the order was given, a large number of strongholds of various sizes rushed out from the 2 camps in front of them. The reason why they did not open fire immediately was that the void where they were arranged was still more than 12 million miles away from the 2.5 million elite battleships that had already arrived at the central battlefield. Distance. The optimal firing range of the naval cannons was within 10 million kilometers. Otherwise, even if they fired, at such a long distance, the energy beam of the naval cannons wouldn't be able to cause much damage to the native beasts. There was even a high possibility that the other party would be able to dodge the attack with nimble movements. In the blink of an eye, more than 1 million fortresses of various sizes rushed out from the 2 camps. This was the first batch of battle forces, and they rushed toward the central battlefield at high speed. Behind them, there were more fortresses, big and small, rushing out of the camp. There were only a few million native ferocious beasts in front of them. Mo Jiufeng, the Demon King's younger brother, who was riding on the Weeping Soul Warrior Warlord, had already retreated, so they had nothing to fear. It was also at this time that Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demon race who had just disappeared, unexpectedly reappeared in the void a few thousand miles away from the 2 camps. Swish! With a wave of his hand, another warlord appeared. This time, the warlord that was summoned was completely gray and black in color. It was the Void Warlord that used the Void Soldier Ladle as its kinetic energy. Today's Void Warlord, there were already 2 9-star Emperor Ladles at the peak of the 9th step of the universe and 10 8-star Wang Ladles at the peak of the universe realm. At this moment, after it was summoned, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to attack. However, it was not fully activated. Wang! Wang! A dense and weak void trembling sound suddenly rang out. The effect far exceeded the movement that a large number of void vibrators could create at the same time. It even gave people the illusion that the entire vast and boundless demon realm was trembling under the sudden arrival of this high-frequency buzzing sound. Before the countless experts of the 3 camps could react, a new unforeseen event occurred again. A strange ripple visible to the naked eye rushed out from the huge mouth of the Void Warlord. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed forward. The first million strongholds of the 2 camps that rushed out were the first to be hit by the light. Before they could react, they were already enveloped by the ripple. Slash, boom, rumble. In the next moment, a huge rumbling sound instantly resounded like a tide, as if the sky was collapsing. This boundless and terrifying invisible spiritual energy that was like a tsunami in space instantly rushed forward. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were the millions of strongholds of various sizes. Other than a few who had time to perform a space jump and dodge to the back or the sides of the camp that could not be enveloped by the giant spirit tsunami, the rest were almost all. They were all affected. In an instant, 1 million strongholds of various sizes were like paper paste. Under this invisible spiritual hurricane, they didn't even last half an instant before they collapsed and shattered. However, when this invisible spiritual hurricane blew here, its power had basically passed the most powerful eruption period, but its residual power still existed. After completely destroying 1,000,000 strongholds of various sizes, the remnants of the spiritual hurricane spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it reached even more ships that couldn't escape in time. Although this time, not many ships disintegrated and collapsed, it was inevitable that some of them would be damaged. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it had only been 5 or 6 seconds from the roar of the war to the current moment when the power was completely vented, but the change was as if a lifetime had passed. The entire void was densely filled with the wreckage and debris of countless battleships. There was even a large area of the void that had collapsed. As far as the eye could see, there were countless void rifts of various sizes. Each of them had some terrifying void turbulence surging out. There were even small black hole-like void turbulence vortexes that made one shiver at the sight of them. These turbulence vortexes slowly expanded outward, and the invisible suction force they emitted became stronger and stronger. A large number of battleship wreckages had already been sucked into the turbulence vortexes and disappeared. However, this was not the end. A wave of spiritual ripples only blasted an area of millions of kilometers into a void turbulence filled with countless cracks and small vortexes. However, this was far from the true purpose of Yi Xian taking the risk to approach the enemy camp. Almost without any hesitation, in the next second, Yi Xian directly adjusted the void war chariot under his feet. The huge mouth of the war chariot quickly turned and pointed in another direction. It happened to be to the left of the chaotic void that had collapsed a moment ago, right next to it. Before anyone could understand what had happened, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. He suddenly waved his hand and gave the order to launch another bombardment. Buzz. Chapter 40:10. Buzz. Wang. A low buzzing sound that caused one's scalp to go numb rang out. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Yi Xian had already activated the void battle pole once again. A second ripple of space visible to the naked eye rushed out from the huge mouth of the war pole and whizzed out. Slash, boom. A huge explosion rang out, as well as the crisp sound of ripping silk. However, this time, the second ripple of space created by the void battle pole instantly disintegrated all kinds of battleships, but there were only a few 100,000 of them. Compared to the total number of battleships in the two camps that numbered more than 50 million, it was simply negligible. Even though the void battle pole had been upgraded by the Thunder Swamp Spirit Mist and its power had increased, it could only create 7 or 8 similar ripples in the air. No matter what, the first ripple of space had dealt with 1,000,000 strongholds of varying sizes, and its battle record was quite impressive. However, the result of the second ripple of space was truly speechless. Yi Xian's actions gave people the feeling that he had already lost his footing and was wasting the kinetic energy of the war pull. However, in reality, Yi Xian was extremely satisfied with the result of the second ripple of space. It had nothing to do with the hundreds of thousands of battleships that had been torn apart in an instant. The reason why he was satisfied was because the second ripple of space had also blasted out a region of space turbulence that was millions of kilometers wide in front of him. This was Yi Xian's goal. However, the second wave was clearly not the end. It could even be said that it was only the beginning. After the second wave of ripples exploded out, Yi Xian still did not hesitate. In the next second, he directly adjusted the direction of the void battle pole beneath his feet. The huge mouth of the war pole quickly turned and pointed in a third direction, which happened to be on the right side of the chaotic void that had collapsed first. Next to each other. Then, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. He suddenly waved his hand and gave the order to launch another attack. Buzz. Wang. A low buzzing sound that made people's scalps numb arose. Another ripple visible to the naked eye shot out from the huge mouth of the Jianghu, roaring and roaring. It was followed by another deafening explosion and the crisp sound of fabric being torn apart. But this time, the number of warships that were torn apart by the third wave of space ripples was even fewer. There were only 60 to 70,000 warships. After 3 consecutive bombardments, the 3 void ripples consumed a large amount of the war pulsar's kinetic energy. The battle results were getting less and less, but Yi Xian was still enjoying it. After waving his hand and putting away the void battle pulsar, his figure disappeared. After performing a few teleportations, he soon crossed thousands of miles of void and came to the left edge of the turbulent void created by the second void ripple. In the next moment, the void battle pulsar that had just been put away appeared again. It lay across the void and was immediately activated. The fourth void ripple whizzed out from the huge mouth of the war pulsar. This time, although some warships were still torn apart, the number was still embarrassing. There were only a few tens of thousands of warships. However, the void in front of the war pulsar, which was millions of miles in diameter, turned into a turbulent void full of void cracks and countless small vortexes, just like the previous 3 times. Bring! In just over 20 breaths, 4 turbulent vortexes had appeared in this area. Each of them was millions of miles in diameter. They were lined up in a row, and the gap between them was only a few tens of thousands of miles. It was so narrow that only 10,000 warships could pass through side by side. At this point, almost all the experts of the 3 camps had understood the real purpose of Yi Xian's actions. This was clearly a blockade. He wanted to block the 50 million warships of the 2 camps in front of him with a line of large-scale turbulent void. Even if there were gaps between the turbulent void, each gap was only a few tens of thousands of miles long, only enough to allow 10,000 warships to pass through side by side. Once this goal was successfully achieved, the more than 50 million battleships of the 2 opposing factions would instantly lose their deterrence effect. No matter how many soldiers they had, they would only have a few narrow paths to get through. If you have the ability to come here, I will set up a formation at the end of the narrow path and wait for you. If a small team comes out, I will immediately wipe it out. Of course, the 50 million warships blocked by the turbulent void could also split into 2 and go around the 2 ends of the line formed by the turbulent void, then go around and meet up again. However, this would take a lot of time. During this time, the demon race had enough room to make other arrangements. In short, once this line of turbulent void was truly formed, the 50 million warships of the 2 camps would be completely passive from now on. Mo Jinfeng, the royal brother of the demon race, was clearly trying to turn the tide by himself. But now, these 4 turbulent voids, each with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles, had formed a void barrier that was over 10 million miles long. If he were allowed to continue like this, he would be able to create another 4 or 5 such turbulent voids and connect them into a single line. At that time, the line of void would be more than 20 million miles long, and a natural void chasm would basically be formed. Even though the 2 large expeditionary camps had circled around from both sides, during this period of time, the demons had enough time to make more follow-up arrangements. The originally hopeless situation was instantly reversed. At the very least, they had won a glimmer of hope. Even in terms of high-end battle strength at the level of immortal old monsters, the demon race could only face being crushed. However, in terms of conventional battle strength, the 2 camps with a terrifying fleet of more than 50 million warships were forced to run for their lives by the demon race in the end. This was simply a disgrace. Regarding this, Sal, Gong Shou Xian, Long Xixia, and the 9 half-step immortal old monsters in the command council of the various camps in the second universe absolutely couldn't accept this. It was too sullen. The few old monsters immediately roared and stamped their feet in anger. Stop him. Stop him now. Damn demon race, too cunning. He is already in a situation where death is certain, but he still wants to play this kind of trick. He has humiliated us. We can't atone for it even if we die 10,000 times. Kill this Mo kid now. No matter what, we can't let this natural void chasm truly form. Otherwise, the 50 million warships of the 2 camps will be completely passive. This is too sullen. Stop him now, roar. I will do it myself. I will skin this damn little bastard alive. Chapter 40:11. Wang. Wang, a deep buzzing sound that made one's scalp numb resounded. A fifth ripple visible to the naked eye rushed out from the huge mouth of the battlecruiser and whizzed out. This time, there wasn't even a loud explosion or the crisp sound of ripping fabric. The number of warships that were torn apart by this wave of space ripples was even fewer. There were only a few thousand of them. After all the experts of the two camps had basically seen through Yi Xian's purpose, and through this point, they had analyzed in advance where the battlecruiser under his feet was going to attack next. Therefore, the nearby battleships had basically already fled before this wave of ripples. Like stray dogs, they hurriedly avoided it. However, Yi Xian didn't mind in the slightest, because the effect of this wave of spatial ripples was still the same. The chaotic void in front of him, which had a diameter of 3 to 4 million kilometers, had already changed from 4 to 5. And the battlecruiser under his feet could barely be launched 3 more times. Without any hesitation, after adjusting the direction again, Yi Xian gave the order, and the sixth wave of ripples appeared. The 5 turbulent void space became 6 and lined up in the void space a million miles ahead. The horizontal distance of the void space had reached more than 20 million miles. There were still 2 waves of ripples left, but Yi Xian didn't intend to launch them here. The edge of this turbulent void space was already millions of miles away from the edge of the third universe's human camp on the left. It was enough. With a wave of his hand, the battlecruiser under his feet was put away, and Yi Xian's figure disappeared again. Now that he was a Star Lord, even the Immortal Realm experts would have a hard time detecting his perfect vibration using the secret technique of spirit power. After hiding his figure, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. He used his extreme speed and rushed to the other side of this horizontal sky barrier. He planned to launch the last 2 waves of ripples from that side. Once completed, the entire sky barrier would be completely formed, and the horizontal distance of the void space would be more than 3,000 miles. Thousands of miles away. What Yi Xian didn't know was that at the same time he disappeared, one of the 9 half-step Immortal Realm experts in the second universe sneered and stepped out of the flagship stronghold, disappearing in an instant. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the demon brother Mo Jinfeng wouldn't stop here. There would definitely be 1 or 2 more waves of ripples, and it would definitely be in the void space on the right side of the second universe's army. This half-step Immortal Realm expert didn't sense Yi Xian's direction at all. He was sure that he would go in that direction and rushed to stop him. After a short 10 breaths, Yi Xian arrived at his destination and directly appeared. However, before he could wave of the void space in front of him, an extremely powerful pressure aura locked his figure in the void space on the right side of his body. This was a half-step Immortal Realm expert, whose cultivation base had reached Universe 9th perfection. He came from the Yinji clan, one of the top 10 clans in the second universe. Many of the clan's experts and higher-ups had died at the hands of Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, and immemorial Little Ape demons. At this moment, as soon as the half-step Immortal Realm ancestor of the Yinji clan appeared, he instantly revealed his bloodline true body and transformed into a huge bird that shone with a silver radiance. With a flap of his wings, he pounced towards Yi Xian. His sharp beak emitted a blazing silver light that emitted a golden radiance. It was obvious that he could pierce through metal and stone. This was the rhythm of cutting Yi Xian's abdomen open. Noisy. Yi Xian turned around and let out a roar. The aura around him surged and he waved his raised hand again. However, this time, although a war talisman was summoned, it wasn't the grayish-black void space talisman but the golden time talisman. Almost as soon as the time talisman appeared, Yi Xian gave the order to the cyan gold slime emperor inside the war talisman to launch an all-out attack. In the blink of an eye, the cyan gold slime emperor in the core node of the war talisman immediately took action. The 10 purple gold slime kings and tens of millions of gold slime kings in the thousands of beehive nodes all received the order to launch an all-out attack. Wang! A familiar buzzing sound was heard. Invisible ripples spread out from the cyan gold slime emperor's body and entered the walls of the beehive nodes. Along the pipes connected to the outer walls, the ripples were instantly transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes of the time talisman, causing the tens of millions of slimes inside to tremble. The long golden threads under their abdomens bloomed with a dazzling golden light. Countless golden curtains overlapped with each other and gathered into one. Finally, the faint golden light turned into a faint purple gold light. Although the purple gold light was still rather faint, it was clearly visible. It represented the change in its power. There was even a hint of cyan gold light that was faintly discernible. Then, as if it had a mind of its own, it rushed into the walls of the beehive nodes one by one. Along the pipes on the outer walls, it flowed back to the core beehive node where the cyan gold slime emperor was located. All of this was completed in less than half an instant. The core beehive node in the central region of the ninth ring inside the war talisman's huge mouth suddenly lit up, erupting with a blazing purple gold light. In an instant, it turned into a purple gold world. Waves of purple gold ripples like tides instantly gave birth to a huge fan. Wide-shaped ripples. It rapidly expanded forward like a dazzling purple gold tide, pushing forward with a rumbling sound. This is, the 10,000 zhang long silver G-bird's figure froze and let out a cry of shock. He turned around and tried to escape. After all, the war talisman was too famous. It was said that there were even immortal realm old monsters that fell under its power. Unfortunately, everything was already too late. At this moment, this violet gold fan-shaped tide that represented the might of the passage of time had completely enveloped this corner of space, and some sort of mysterious might had already swept out, causing Yin Ji Qin's figure to stiffen. It seemed as if it had been sealed, and it was fixed in that expanse of space and was unable to move at all. This was really too sullen. A dignified half-step immortal realm expert actually couldn't even move his body. He was so furious that the killing intent in his eyes was so dense that it almost materialized. He gritted his teeth and endured. Walala, the purple gold tide of time flowed past, and the silver G-bird's huge true body instantly changed. The countless feathers that were originally shining with silver light had completely dimmed in less than half an instant, falling into a gray state. Then, as the purple gold tide flowed past his body, these gray feathers fell off one by one at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he became a bald chicken. But this was not the end, because the purple gold tide had not completely flowed past. Large pieces of flesh began to peel off, and in less than half an instant, it had already spread all over his body, causing his entire true body to become riddled with holes. Many of his internal organs were even exposed. There were even some organs that, because of the loss of flesh and blood, lost the strength to support them and directly fell out of his abdomen, first floating into the void. Chapter 40:12. Ordinary immortal realm old monsters, if they didn't have any special encounters, could live up to 100,000 years. The silver owl bird in front of him was only at the universe grade 9 perfection. Although it was known as a half-step immortal, it wasn't a true immortal old monster. And now, in the war of time, a wave of purple gold tide blasted out, representing the instantaneous passage of 30,000 years. Although it wasn't enough to cause him to die on the spot, he was already half dead. It could be said that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the second wave. As a matter of fact, this half-step immortal Yinji clan ancestor would have fallen in just half a wave of similar time tides. However, Yi Xian clearly didn't plan to use it again. Not long ago, the Battle of Time had just unleashed 3 waves of Tide of Time. Now, it was already the 4th wave. There were probably only 3 or 4 waves left. Each wave was very precious, and he couldn't waste it on a half-step immortal. With a wave of his hand, the Time War talisman was put away. At this moment, the Yinji clan's half-step immortal expert was on the verge of death. He wouldn't die, but he was in a half-dead state. Yi Xian didn't even take out the Shenong cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he sucked him into the cauldron's space. If he was at his peak, Yi Xian would have to rely on the domain of the Shen cauldron to capture a half-step undying that was far stronger than him. But now that he was on the brink of death, Yi Xian could directly absorb him into the cauldron with his own strength. At the same time, he took out the void battle claws again and aimed at the void in front of him. The sixth wave of void ripples instantly blasted out. In just a short moment, another turbulent void zone with a diameter of 3 to 4 million kilometers appeared in front of them. However, this was still not the end. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the void battle hammer should be able to blast out one more void ripple. This would be the last wave. After this wave of attacks, the void battle claws could no longer be used in a short period of time. The tens of millions of void soldier ladles that acted as the kinetic energy of the battle claws needed some time to recover. As for the other three Great Starry Skies war claws, the Time War claws still had 3 to 4 waves of purple-gold tidal force. The Weeping Soul War claws still had a wave of full-powered Weeping Soul War claws that could kill anyone below the level of Universe Realm. As for the Blood Mosquito War claws, it should be able to unleash its full power once more. In a short period of time, almost half of the power of the 4 Great War Hulas had been depleted. This was very helpless, but Yi Xian had no other choice. This was the situation. With absolute determination, a light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He suddenly waved his hand and gave the order to attack once again. Buzz! Buzz, a deep buzzing sound that made people's scalps numb resounded. The 8th visible ripple in the void rushed out from the huge mouth of the Zhanla and whizzed out. The thunderous explosion and the crisp sound of ripping could not be heard at all. Not a single battleship was torn apart by this wave of space ripples. The only thing that could be heard was the cracking noises of space ripples, which were as dense as raindrops, echoing like tides. After the last wave of ripples exploded out, Yi Xian directly waved his hand and stored the void battle armor into the undying world within his body. When he looked over, a complacent and sinister smile appeared on his face. Millions of miles ahead of him, there were a total of 8 turbulent void streams reflected in his eyes. Each of them had a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles. The 8 turbulent void streams were lined up in a row, forming a void chasm that was more than 30 million miles long. It blocked the front, blocking the 2 great punitive expedition formations on the other side. The more than 50 million battleships of the camp were blocked mercilessly. Although there were gaps between the 8 turbulent void streams, there were 7 in total. Each gap was more than 100,000 miles long. It was like 7 narrow canyons. However, if the 2 camps on the other side passed through these 7 canyons, the 10,000 battleships that rushed out from the other side of the canyons would be thrown into chaos immediately. They would be destroyed by the cannons. As for splitting up and going around this long void chasm that was more than 30 million miles long, it would take a lot of time. It was enough for the demon race camp to make all kinds of follow-up arrangements. It could be said that with the formation of this long void chasm, the terrifying battleship army of more than 50 million battleships of the 2 camps on the other side of the chasm had lost its original deterrent force in an instant. They had fallen into an extremely disadvantageous and passive situation. This was the countermeasure that Yi Xian had thought of for a long time. Moreover, he had successfully completed it with his own strength. In the process, he even heavily injured and captured a half-step immortal ancestor of the Second Universe's Inji clan alive. It had to be said that this was definitely a miracle. Everything happened too quickly. From the appearance of the first turbulent void stream to the formation of the entire void chasm, only a few minutes had passed. However, in such a short period of time, the 2 camp super battleships that originally had all the advantages and initiative completely lost their advantage and fell into a passive situation. All of this was like a dream. In just a few minutes, the current situation was completely different from before. And all of this was accomplished by Yi Xian's strength alone. Behind him, the demon race camp cheered like a mountain. In the central flagship fortress, the upper echelons of the demon race royal family looked at each other with relieved expressions. Before this, they were still worried about Yi Xian. They were worried that he would attract the attention of the upper echelons of the two camps by himself. If a few immortal old monsters locked onto him at the same time and carried out a decapitation operation, the demon race would fall into an extremely passive situation. Even the old ancestor of the demon race, who was already confident in this battle, would be restrained. It was hard to predict what would happen next. However, they never would have thought that the 10 immortal realm old monsters in the opposing camp would actually not make a move. It was unknown if it was because of their face or if they had other considerations, but in the end, Yi Xian was able to reverse the originally disadvantageous situation with lightning speed in a few short minutes. In fact, during this period of time, a half-step immortal realm expert had tried to stop Yi Xian from killing him, but in the end, Yi Xian had crushed the half-step immortal realm expert with ease. Such a method was simply amazing. Everything he did was indeed worthy of the demon race's cheers as if they were worshipping him. On the contrary, while countless demon race experts in the 20 million battleships of the demon race camp were cheering thunderously, on the other side of the void chasm that stretched for more than 30 million miles. In more than 50 million battleships of various types from the two expeditionary camps, the experts from the top forces and clans from the third and second universes were dumbfounded and fell into a dead silence. They never expected that this battle would fall into such an awkward situation before it even began. Although the upper echelons of the various clans knew about the existence of the 11 immortal old monsters hidden in the dark, even now, they never doubted that the demon race would lose this battle. But most of the other bottom-level experts did not know about this. Seeing that the originally good situation had evolved into such a speechless situation in the blink of an eye, these bottom-level experts of the various clans and top forces almost all had a sense of depression in their hearts. Chapter 40:13 AOO. AOO. In the void, howls that sounded like the howls of wolves resounded without end, and they came from the central region where the three camps fought. There, over 5 million native ferocious beasts had transformed into bandits that wreaked havoc in the void, and they were mercilessly plundering. There were originally tens of millions of lifeless corpses in the void. Most of them were the bloodline true bodies of experts of various races other than the human race. They were incomparably huge, but for these millions of native beasts, it was not a problem at all. In just a short 10 minutes, all the corpses were divided up by nearly 6 million native beasts and stored in the storage space in their bodies. As for the corpses of the human race experts, according to Yi Xian's instructions, these native beasts did not touch a single one. Right now, all the bloodline true body remains of the experts of every race had been divided up. 2 or 3 of these native beasts were in charge of each warship, pushing or pulling the 2.5 million undamaged fortresses in the void toward the opposite side of the Abyss Devil's camp. This scene was reflected in the eyes of countless experts of the two camps on the other side of the void chasm, and immediately provoked a wave of curses. Too sullen. The demon race and this group of native beasts were in cahoots with each other. It was simply shameless to the point of making one's hair stand on end. In the 2.5 million strongholds of various sizes, tens of millions of experts of various races were first destroyed in a single blow, and then even the corpses left behind did not have a good ending. Except for about a quarter of them, they were too inconspicuous. They were probably disdained because they felt that there was not much meat left, so they were not brought along. Outside. The bloodline true bodies of the countless experts of various races, without exception, were divided up by these millions of native beasts in the blink of an eye. Seeing how their eyes were glowing with greed when they were dividing up the corpses, it was likely that they would take some out and feast on them when they returned. But this was not the end. They killed people and lost the corpses. In the end, these shameless fellows did not even let go of the 2.5 million strongholds that had been reduced to ghost warships. They dragged or pulled, and all of them were moved to the opposite camp. This opening battle was simply infuriating. Originally, they had intended to give the demons a tight slap in the face. But in the end, Not only had they lost tens of millions of powerhouses from various races, but they had also allowed the demons to pick up 5 million fortresses of various sizes for free. This was simply an act of bolstering the enemy before the battle. When they thought of this, the countless experts of the two camps felt like dying. Many of them were so angry that they spat out blood on the spot. All of this, no matter how big or small, was witnessed by the 11 immortal realm-old monsters in the void tens of millions of miles behind the two camps. Although the conventional battle power was at a disadvantage at the beginning, the originally favorable situation turned into a passive situation in the blink of an eye. There was even a half-step immortal from the various camps of the second universe that was suppressed because of this. However, these 11 undyings weren't moved at all. From their point of view, the deciding factor of today's battle was the high-level undyings. The main task of the normal battle force was to represent the various races and pinnacle powers after the entire demon race was annihilated. It was just to fight for their own interests. Although the conventional battle power was at a disadvantage at the beginning, at least the demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng, had shown up. As long as he was there, they would be able to force out the demon ancestor that they regarded as a great threat. A bunch of trash. They have an army of more than 50 million battleships. It's just the start of the battle and they've already turned the situation around. And they've only sent out one person. This battle is simply a classic failure. The demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng? As expected of one of the four monstrous geniuses, known as the #1 existence among the younger generation. This battle was indeed breathtaking and remarkable. In the end, he's just relying on external objects. His own strength is too weak. He's only at the 3rd level of the Star Lord state. I heard that he has the bloodline ability of the ancient ape demons and a bloodline ability similar to the 9 changes of the lion fury of the battle lions. He can perform the 4th change and become a 3rd-level domain lord in an instant. Now, it seems that the immortal realm old man of the Federation has indeed been killed by him. That Golden Time War Scroll is very amazing. After it's activated, it can manifest the power of the laws of time in the universe. Judging from how the half-step immortal realm expert of the Yinji clan was on the verge of death after one wave of the tide, it seems that the purple tide is a purple tide. Each wave of the purple-gold tide should represent the instantaneous passage of 30,000 years of time. 30,000 years in a single tide? Even us immortals can't withstand 3 waves. This is indeed a great killing weapon, capable of killing immortals. However, according to this old man's calculations, that Time War talisman can at most trigger 3 more waves of similar purple-gold tides. In other words, this demon brother Mo Jinfeng, that demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng, still has the ability to suppress an immortal realm expert. But that's all. Apart from the Time War Scroll, he has 3 other battle scrolls. The Void War Scroll he used just now is useless, and the Weeping Soul War Scroll he used first seems to only have the power for 1 attack. Although its power covers a wide range, it can only roar at existences below the universe realm. It's only a slight disturbance to us immortals, but it's completely negligible. Give the order. Stop the starship battle for now. Let the half-step immortal realm experts intercept Mo Jinfeng and force him to consume the 3 waves of purple tide of the Golden Time War Scroll. That's right. That's indeed a threat. Once the demon's grand ancestor shows up, we'll definitely take action. That Mo Jinfeng has such a great weapon that can threaten us. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. Although we still can't turn the tables, we're all honorable existences. Even if we're only lightly wounded by this ant-like junior, we can't accept it. It's too shameful. If we can force the demon's grand ancestor to show up, that'll be even better. This battle can end in a short time. After a round of discussion, the 11 immortal realm experts' orders were quickly passed to the higher-ups of their clans through their secret channels. At this moment, the millions of indigenous beasts led by the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle had already pushed the 5 million fortresses back to the demon's camp. There were some corpses of human warriors left in the void. Other than that, there were some wreckage and fragments of various battleships. However, these things were all slowly drifting in one direction. 8 turbulent void streams with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles released a suction force that was devouring these remains. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before this vast central region battlefield would once again be as empty as a washing machine. Roar. Chapter 40:14. Roar. An earth-shattering roar resounded. The half-step immortal warrior of the battle lion race stepped out of a flagship fortress of the second universe and showed his bloodline true body. Even his race's 9 transformation lion race's innate ability was fully activated at the first moment. Blood ferocious lion. 5th change. Roar. With his last roar, the half-step immortal lion of the battle lion race, Lian Feng, once again expanded in size. In an instant, he reached an astonishing level, and even Yi Xian was shocked. His 9 changes of the demonic ape had been derived from the 9 changes of the wild lion bloodline technique of the battle lions. Their power and effects were basically the same, there wasn't much difference between them at all. When Yi Xian performed the 4th change of the demonic ape, he would have a demonic ape true body with an astounding amount of blood. He would be 100,000 meters tall, which meant that he would be 300,000 meters tall. He would be as big as a planet, like a small shooting star. The 5th change of the demonic ape would be 10 times bigger on the basis of the 4th change, but the absorption system hadn't figured it out yet. It was the same for the 5th change of the wild lion, it would be 10 times bigger on the basis of the 4th change. Lian Feng, the half-step immortal lion of the wild lion clan, had performed the 5th change of the blood ferocious lion. He would eventually reach a height of 1,000,000 meters. 10 million zhang, which was 3 million meters high, was 3,000 kilometers wide. It was like a small star. Countless starry sky experts in the 3 camps outside the central domain battlefield were all dumbfounded. For a moment, the void was filled with the sound of people inhaling cold breaths like a tide. Roar. Little bastard Mo, come out and face your death. The roar made the void tremble. Although Lian Feng was only half-step immortal, he had reached the immortal state with the help of the 5th change of the wild lion bloodline, which was the same as Yi Xian's 9 changes of the demonic ape bloodline technique. He couldn't have been more ambitious at that moment, because the person he was challenging was merely an ant in the Star Lord state. However, Lian Feng didn't feel awkward at all. Although Mo Jufeng's cultivation base wasn't strong, he had killed Immortal Realm old monsters before. Just now, he had mercilessly suppressed a half-step Immortal Realm old monster. Without a half-step Immortal cultivation base or above, no one was qualified to challenge such an existence. You want to challenge me? Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light, and his heart was instantly filled with fighting spirit. He said in a clear voice, "All right, my cultivation has risen too quickly recently, and I need a fierce battle to temper myself. Since that's the case, this king will challenge the immortal realm today." As soon as these words were spoken, the devil cultivator camp behind them immediately went into an uproar. A Star Lord against an immortal state expert. This was more than just a one-on-one battle. Furthermore, it wasn't just a one-on-one battle. After the Star Lord level, there were still the Domain Lord level, Sector Lord level, Universe grade. This was a one-on-one battle that exceeded 3 whole realms. This was definitely unprecedented. However, it was going to happen that day. It was destined to be earth-shattering. Just when everyone was dumbstruck, Yi Xian had already activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body. His human form instantly transformed, and an ancient demon ape that was over 30 meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in the air. His cultivation soared from the 3rd level of the Star Lord realm to the 8th level. Then, he performed the 9 changes of the demonic ape bloodline technique. 9 changes of the demonic ape. First change. Amidst the violent roar, the ancient demon ape, which was 100 feet tall, suddenly grew in size. An inexplicable bloodline power instantly surged in its body, converging into a tide-like power. The ancient demonic ape's 3 true forms were greatly enhanced. In the blink of an eye, the 30-meter-tall ancient demonic ape grew to 100 meters tall. Cultivation strength, peak of the 9th level of the Star Lord state. The last roar was heard. 9 changes of the demonic ape. Second change. This roar shook the entire area. The 3 heads of the ancient demonic ape raised their heads and roared at the same time. A corner of the void trembled slightly, and its bloodline true body expanded 10 times in an instant, reaching a height of 10,000 feet. Its cultivation aura soared again because of that. This time, it surpassed the peak of the 9th level of the Star Lord state and reached the 1st level of the Region Lord state. In just 2 breaths, Yi Xian's cultivation strength had increased by a level. He was now a Star Lord and a Region Lord. However, that wasn't his end. If Yi Xian was willing, he could perform the 3rd and 4th changes of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. His body would soar to 100,000 meters, and his cultivation would reach the 3rd level of the Region Lord state. However, he didn't make such a choice. While the 1st level of the Region Lord state was 2 levels higher than the 3rd level of the Region Lord state, Yi Xian's demonic ape true form would reach a height of 300,000 meters under the 4th change of the demonic ape true form. Even though his vitality had increased by countless times, his agility was still lacking when compared to his current size. He was restrained too much. The immortal lion of the Berserk lion race had reached a height of 3 million meters under the 5th change of the Berserk lion race. Even if Yi Xian were to perform the 4th change of the demonic ape true form, he would still be far inferior to it. Since that was the case, why should he compete with his opponent in terms of size and physical strength? He was destined to lose. It was better to maintain his size at around 3 kilometers, which was the 2nd change of the demonic ape true form. In that way, his cultivation would be able to surmount an entire realm and attain the Region Lord state from the Star Lord state, yet he wouldn't lose his agility. This was Yi Xian's choice. He'd already decided to fight this immortal Berserk lion in a wandering battle. The opponent's body was over 1,000,000 meters tall. Although its blood and qi were so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end, it was definitely lacking in terms of flexibility. Yi Xian's cultivation was relatively weak, so a wandering battle was the most suitable method. However, even though this enormous lion didn't possess the ability of a true Eternal Realm expert because it was merely at the half-step Eternal Realm, and it was only because it executed the 9 changes of the Berserk lion and activated its bloodline, causing its vital blood to rise explosively and enter the Eternal Realm. However, its physical strength and vital blood were truly at the Eternal Realm. On the other hand, Yi Xian was merely at the Region Lord realm under the 2nd change of the demonic ape true form, and there was a gap of 2 realms between them. It could be said that he wouldn't even be able to endure a single slap from the immortal lion, and he would definitely perish on the spot if he was struck by it. So, even if Yi Xian had decided to move about, he still couldn't lack the necessary protection. Chapter 40:15. No matter if it was the Undying Nirvana armor or the Withering Fiend Bloodblade, their outer appearance had changed after the final refinement, and they hadn't been exposed under the identity of Prince Xian. So, Yi Xian wasn't afraid that his identity as Prince Xian would be exposed when he utilized the Undying Nirvana armor at this moment. Whoosh! A layer of dazzling purple light flowed through Yi Xian's entire body. On the 3,000-meter-tall devil ape's true body, a layer of gorgeous battle armor was instantly draped over it. Light overflowed in all directions, and its aura was agile and oppressive. Presently, the Undying Nirvana armor was a starry sky treasure, and it could be sized at will. It could even be utilized by the enormous body of the devil ape. However, just the armor alone was clearly not enough. In an instant, a savage blood-black enormous blade appeared in Yi Xian's hand. It was his combat weapon, the Withering Fiend Bloodblade, and it was similarly a starry sky treasure that possessed shocking might. Swish! In the end, Yi Xian waved his hand once more, and a small private battleship, the Voidbreaker shuttle, appeared and floated beneath his feet. At this moment, he possessed a 3 kilometers true body while the Voidbreaker shuttle was merely a kilometer in its ordinary state. At this moment, when it was utilized, Yi Xian stood on it as if he was standing on a flying sword. It was suitable. Only with the Voidbreaker shuttle could his speed and agility attain their limits. This shuttle had similarly advanced into the Starry Sky treasure grade, and it was rare in the world. At the very least, since Yi Xian entered the Starry Sky, he'd never seen a second Starry Sky treasure grade battleship that was created by man. Of course, the Wild Dragon vessel was an exception because it wasn't a battleship anymore. The world bugs were living beings, and the entire Wild Dragon vessel was actually a group of world bugs. Countless exclamations of surprise instantly resounded from the 3 groups that were in confrontation with each other. What? 3 Starry Sky treasures? This. Armor, weapons, and a small private battleship. All of them are actually Starry Sky treasures. Young Masterling who really deserves to be one of the 3 absolute existences in the world. All of his magic treasures were created by himself, and they've actually attained the Starry Sky treasure grade. Now that he's equipped at the same time, even though his cultivation is merely at the Region Lord realm, merely these 3 precious treasures are sufficient to allow his combat strength to rise greatly, and he'll even be able to fight a world lord in a head-on battle. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. This time, he's facing an undying being. The gap between them is still too great. Roar! With just 3 Starry Sky treasures, you want to jump realms and challenge immortals? Little Mo, you're too naive. In the void, Lion Lianfeng, who was 1,000,000 zhang in size and looked like a small star, roared furiously without end. His qi and blood were too abundant, shaking the void to the point that it was trembling. Where's your great killing weapon? Why don't you bring it out? Are you looking down on me? The reason he came out to fight was because he had received instructions from the immortal realm old freaks of his race. His purpose was to consume the kinetic energy of Yi Xian's Time War Talisman. With his current state of cultivation at the Undying Realm, his terrifying true form, and monstrous qi and blood, he wouldn't perish at all if he forcefully resisted 1 or 2 waves of violet gold tides, and he would at most be heavily injured. He'd risked being heavily injured to help those 11 immortals exhaust the Time War Talisman that caused them to fear the rhythm of the violet gold tides. This was something that only an ancestor of the Warlion race who possessed the bloodline divine ability, the 9 forms of the Mad Lion, was capable of accomplishing. Once he completed this assignment, then when the Devilman race was annihilated and the various races and top-rate powers divided the benefits, this accomplishment of his would allow the Warlion race to obtain even more benefits and an even greater share. This king is merely tempering my body in this battle, digesting the gains I've obtained recently, and dealing with the drawbacks of advancing too quickly in my cultivation. Why should I utilize the Starry Sky War Talisman? Yi Xian sneered. Before he could finish speaking, his figure had already dashed out. He charged toward Sui Ji and slashed out with his blade, killing an undying being like you, using all 3 treasures. Enough. This was clearly the rhythm of using the opponent as a whetstone. A dignified undying being was actually reduced to a training partner, being looked down upon to the extreme. Lion Lianfeng's blood and qi churned, roaring endlessly. He raised his left forelimb, slapping down at Yi Xian who was shooting over. Just like swatting a fly, he was using his actions to express the contempt and ridicule in his heart. Swish! The Starry Sky Supreme Treasure void-shattering shuttle under his feet flashed brilliantly, and Yi Xian's figure suddenly changed direction, drawing a perfect arc in the void with extreme dexterity. His speed suddenly doubled, and in half an instant, he had already approached Shi Lianfeng's left rib area. Pooh! A muffled sound rang out. The right hand of the devil ape true body chopped down. The withered demon blood blade flickered and left behind a bloody wound on Shi Lianfeng's left rib. Light golden blood splashed in the air. Oh! Shi Lianfeng felt the pain, and as if a conditioned reflex, he spat out the same word, full of resentment. His figure turned, and his right palm rumbled. "Ant, with just this kind of attack and power, you want to kill this senior? Is your brain flooded with water?" Yi Xian sneered, urging the void-shattering shuttle under his feet. His figure was like a butterfly flying through flowers in the void, once again drawing a beautiful arc. At the same time he nimbly dodged this attack, he had already rushed to another area. The withered demon blood blade in his hand let out a cheerful cry, once again chopping down. The withered demon blood blade was a starry sky supreme treasure. Even if it was an undying old monster's body, it could still break through the defenses, but it did not penetrate deeply. Just now, although this chop left a 3,000 zhang long wound on Shi Lianfeng's war lion true body, the latter, under the mad lion's fifth transformation, had now become a colossus of 1,000,000 zhang. This was because he was like a small star. A mere 3,000 zhang long wound, to him, was completely the same as a mosquito bite. Not to mention injuring his muscles and bones, it could not even be considered a superficial wound. However, Yi Xian was very satisfied, the cold smile on his face as before. In that chop just now, the withered demon blood blade had already awakened. At the same time the blood blade cut open Shi Lianfeng's flesh, it had already taken the opportunity to absorb some of his blood energy and life force. Shi Lianfeng's body was 1,000,000 zhang long, his blood and qi overflowing the heavens. Losing some of his blood energy and life force would not cause him to feel anything at all, but in the long run, many little drops make an ocean. Even 1,000 li dike would collapse under an ant's nest. Moreover, other than the withered demon blade's silent attack, every time it attacked, it would absorb a small portion of his blood energy and life force. Yi Xian still had other backup plans, and that was to temper poison. A few days ago, he had obtained 18 drops of Sky Centipede's poison from the alliance of 10,000 races Immortal old monster flying centipede. That was a terrifying poison that could even corrode the void. Before Yi Xian took out the withered demon blood blade, he had already taken out a drop of the poison and diluted it with the innate Yin cold spirit liquid from the Yin demon clan's ancestral land. He poured it into the blood blade's edge. Now, with that slash just now, this terrifying Sky Centipede's poison had already entered Shi Lianfeng's body through his blood. However, because it had been diluted, Shi Lianfeng did not feel it at all. Although he felt pain, he thought that it was caused by his flesh being cut open, and did not cause it at all. Chapter 40:16. The battle began, and soon, it was in full swing. The withered demon blood blade in Yi Xian's hand slashed out from time to time, each time leaving a bloody mark on Shi Lianfeng's huge bloodline true body. Although it did not penetrate deeply into Shi Lianfeng's flesh, it looked shocking. Unfortunately, for the latter's terrifying body, these hundreds of thousands of meters long bloody marks were really only superficial wounds. Every time the blood blade slashed down, the withered demon blade in the blade would let out a cheerful cry. To it, this was definitely a sumptuous meal, because although there was usually flesh and blood that could absorb qi and blood, it was only of ordinary quality. As for the battle lion in front of him, its bloodline had already evolved to a relatively high level. Its cultivation was in the fifth transformation of the berserk lion, and it had already stepped into the immortal realm. The quality of the qi and blood in its body was definitely not something that ordinary fierce beasts or starry sky experts could compare to. Today, the withered demon blade spirit had fully awakened after the last upgrade. It was no longer just the original blood demon, but had all kinds of unique attributes of the ancient great demon withered demon. Like the rebirth of a withered demon, what it needed was precisely this kind of high-quality qi and blood. Thus, its evolution had great benefits. Yi Xian's speed was too fast. The 3,000 feet long bloodline true body stepped on the void-shattering shuttle and used it as a flying sword. Under its full power, it was like a butterfly fluttering in the air. Although Shi Lianfeng's 3,000,000 feet long bloodline true body had unparalleled qi and blood and was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end, after all, it was too clumsy and heavy. Although he kept roaring furiously and the entire space was about to collapse, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian in a short period of time. His movements were always half a beat slower, and he was unable to keep up with his figure. When the battle began, Shi Lianfeng's bloodline true body alone was already 1,000,000 feet tall. Coupled with his immortal realm cultivation base, the two of them occupied a huge space as they fought. The space between the two of them was close to 20 million miles, and it was almost completely covered by the bloodline true body. On the other side, although countless starry sky experts of the three camps were paying close attention to the development of the battle, the higher-ups of the various camps were still issuing orders from time to time. On the demon side, nearly 20 million battleships began to change their formation in the void. A group of indigenous ferocious beasts rubbed their hands and stared fiercely at the various factions of the second universe in the void 20 million miles away. In their eyes, the battleships in the void opposite them were filled with flesh and blood. They couldn't wait to rush over and wreak havoc. As for the camps of the third universe's human race and the second universe's races, which were separated by the natural void chasm, a large number of strongholds, big and small, had been set aside. They were all gathering at the two turbulent voids in the center. All of these fortresses were equipped with special space-repairing devices, which were large-scale space-healing devices. Lined up in front of Jianghu, these 8 turbulent void streams were enormous, each with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles. But, there were also quite a number of fortresses of different sizes. Now, all the fortresses of different sizes were gathered at the two turbulent void streams. They were fully activating the space-healing devices to repair the universe void that had been destroyed by the void battle. In fact, it didn't take too long to see results. A conservative estimate was that at most half an hour, these two turbulent voids would be able to return to normal. If there was time, 2 more places would be repaired. Then, this natural void chasm, which was separated by 8 turbulent voids and stretched for 30 million miles, would completely lose its meaning. It would no longer be able to fight against the tens of millions of soldiers of the two camps. The army of battleships would form any effective restraint, everything was unfolding in full swing. With the passage of time, the two turbulent void spaces at the center of the space vortex, which were close to each other, started to shrink rapidly from the edge of the space vortex as more than 10 million fortresses of different sizes started to activate the space compaction devices to repair them. In the face of all this, the demon race camp was very worried. Seeing that Yi Xian had risked his life to go deep into the enemy camp's front line alone, and that the natural void chasm that they had painstakingly created was about to lose its blocking effect, all the demon race experts were inexplicably indignant. Unfortunately, the two battleship armies facing each other across the void couldn't exchange fire at all. Yi Xian and Shi Lianfeng were fighting fiercely in the central territory, and no battleship could cross this area. On the contrary, in the two camps of the enemy, the starry sky experts from the third universe's human race and the second universe's races quickly cheered up from their previous depression. Their originally low morale was recovering. Because in their view, the demon race's royal brother, Mo Jiufeng, who was fighting Shi Lianfeng, was destined to be suppressed in this battle. Yes, he was indeed a monster. He had suppressed an immortal old monster before, and even just now, a half-step immortal old monster was severely injured and captured by him in public in just a short time. But all of that, after all, he had relied on the power of the great killing weapon in his hand to complete it. Now, he didn't use the war weapon, but only the battle armor and battleship. With only these 3 starry sky treasures, he wanted to fight an immortal old monster who had stepped into the immortal realm and manifested the bloodline true body. With a terrifying body, the old monster of the Battle Lion clan, whose blood and chi were so abundant that it almost made people despair, he was going to fight head-on. This was obviously not an ordinary arrogance. In everyone's view, he was destined to be defeated in this battle. In addition, the natural void chasm that had just formed and blocked the 50 million battleship armies of the two camps would soon lose its effect. At that time, the 50 million battleship armies would be able to completely crush the demon race army on the other side of the void. The situation was turning for the better, and all this was exciting. Roar. Lion Lianfeng, who was fighting Yi Xian, was also very excited. How could it be just excitement? It was simply anger. It was too sullen. Obviously, it was just an ant that could be easily killed, but its speed was extremely fast, and its figure was so agile that it made people's hair stand on end. Every time, his bombardment was half a beat slower, and the opponent easily avoided it. If other immortal old monsters encountered this situation, they might not be like this, because immortal old monsters had their own immortal divine arts and techniques. They had plenty of ways to deal with this situation. However, Shi Lianfeng couldn't. His cultivation strength was originally only at the universe 9th level Great Perfection, which was half-step immortal old monster. Now, although after activating the Mad Lion bloodline and using the 5th transformation of the Bloodlust Frenzy, because of the increase in his body size, he temporarily entered the immortal realm ahead of time. It was just that his physical body was immortal. He didn't have the divine arts and techniques that a half-step immortal old monster should have, so he could only try to crush him with his physical body. Arg! While his heart was sullen and indignant, the area below his right rear ribs was slashed again. 1,000-meter-long bloody scar appeared, and light golden precious blood splashed out into the air. Shi Lianfeng howled in pain and subconsciously fiercely raised his right arm. Just as he was about to press down with his palm, however, an indescribable feeling of weakness came from within his body like a tide. Chapter 40:17. Ouch! While feeling stifled and indignant in his heart, Shi Lianfeng let out a furious roar from the pain, and he was just about to press down with his palm when a strong feeling of weakness came from his body at this moment, and it was continuous like the tide, causing his mind to shake violently as he cried out in astonishment. Wait! What happened? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly staggered in the void and almost fell into the void. As an immortal being, after activating his bloodline true body, he had a terrifying body that was 3 million feet tall. His qi and blood were so abundant that it made people's hair stand on end. But now, he felt so weak that his legs were weak. A sense of alarm rose in his heart. Shi Lianfeng immediately looked inside his mind to check the condition of his body. He quickly discovered an abnormality and raised his head to look at Yi Xian. He roared endlessly, "Stinking brat, what did you do? I have lost 20% of my qi and blood. And what is the black fog in my body? Why can't I get rid of it? You. Is your saber poisoned? Congratulations, you got it right." Yi Xian sneered and dodged the attack. In the blink of an eye, he was in another direction. He raised his saber and chopped it down. He murmured to himself, "It is said that before the heaven and earth were separated, there was a great demon in the outer space who lost his memory." The evil thoughts in his heart were no longer there. He hid in the depths of the void and spent all his time there. Done. One day, the evil thoughts were completely recovered. The great demon was born and turned into a withered saber with black light. The demonic nature of this saber is too strong. It killed countless creatures. Those who died had their souls destroyed. It is the withered demon saber, puff. As he spoke to this point, the withered demon blood blade in his hand, which glowed with a bloody light, suddenly fell down. With a puff, it left behind a hideous cut on Shi Lianfeng's left thigh. There is a blade spirit sealed in this king's weapon. It is the withered demon. As for the poison you mentioned, all right, I admit it. A few days ago, I accidentally killed a flying centipede. To be precise, it was an immortal heavenly centipede. Its bloodline had evolved to the peak of this species, becoming a different kind of creature. It had 9 pairs of wings on its back, and the poisonous fog in its body could corrode even the void. I was lucky to collect the strange poisonous fog in the body of the 9 corners heavenly centipede and condensed a drop of heavenly centipede venom. I have nothing to do these days, so I smeared it back and forth on the saber to pass the time. Puff! Puff! Hearing this, Shi Lianfeng couldn't hold it in anymore. He opened his mouth and spat out a few arrows. Like a heavy rain, the sky. Immediately after, a shrill howl of agony rang out, causing the void to tremble. Roar! Heavenly centipede venom? To pass the time? To pass the time? You little bastard, you definitely did this on purpose. At this moment, Shi Lianfeng was so angry that he almost doubted his life. If it was the poisonous fog in the body of an ordinary flying centipede, it would be fine. But the Nine Corners Heavenly Centipede was different. As Yi Xian said just now, the Nine Corners Heavenly Centipede was almost no longer a flying centipede. The bloodline in its body had evolved to the peak of this species. It was like a fox that had 9 fox tails. It was equivalent to jumping out of the shackles of life and becoming a 9-tailed celestial fox. The poison in the Nine Corners Heavenly Centipede's body was already extraordinary. What's more, the poison was obtained from an immortal Heavenly Centipede with the cultivation of the Immortal realm. With Shi Lianfeng's current strength, it was impossible for him to expel and refine it. There was no need to continue this battle. He didn't want to fight anymore. He had to find a place to heal his wounds immediately and find a way to expel or refine the poison in his body. Otherwise, he could recover from the loss of a little bit of qi and blood, but with the horrible poison in his body that could even corrode the void, it would definitely damage his foundation. If he wanted to truly step into the immortal realm in this life, it could only be wishful thinking. Thinking of this, Shi Lianfeng was shocked. His entire huge body trembled slightly. He didn't want to continue fighting and directly cancelled the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation of the Mad Lion. His huge body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a breath's time, he had returned to his original size of around 300 meters. Stinking brat, you win. This senior will definitely take revenge for today's grudge in the future. Turning his head to glance at Yi Xian, Shi Lianfeng's eyes emitted a dark light that was filled with endless hatred. He fiercely threw down a few words before turning around to return to the army of the second universe behind him. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Yi Xian sneered and sighed, aren't you half-step immortal realm? Since you have a grudge, you should take revenge on the spot and leave it for another day. What's the point? Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian activated the Void Shatter shuttle beneath his feet, and his figure transformed into a violet ray of light that approached Shi Lianfeng in the blink of an eye. He slashed at Shi Lianfeng with his blade. After the latter cancelled the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation of the Mad Lion, he had fallen from the immortal realm. His original cultivation at the perfection of the universe 9th realm had been affected by the Sky Centipede's poison, and he was only at the intermediate universe realm now. But even then, he was still much stronger than Yi Xian, who was merely at the first rank of the Region Lord realm. At this moment, Shi Lianfeng's huge body was no longer bloated and had returned to his original size of around 300 meters. His agility had risen completely as well. When he saw Yi Xian slash at him, he immediately flared up with rage, "You're courting death." Bang! Amidst his furious roar, the huge lion didn't dodge or retreat, and he moved forward instead. He directly moved to meet Yi Xian's attack head-on. He raised his right forelimb and was about to slap down. Crack! Swish! The clear sound of lightning suddenly resounded without the slightest sign. Both sides were still a few dozen kilometers apart when the black mist figure within Yi Xian's devil-ape true body suddenly waved his hand and executed the spiritual lightning technique. A bolt of black lightning that was around 300 meters in size struck down from the sky and directly descended towards Shi Lianfeng. The latter's figure suddenly froze, and he just avoided this strike when the faint sound of the air being torn apart resounded once more. The withered demon bloodblade that was originally held in the right hand of the fleshly body instantly transformed into a dark red light that whistled past in the blink of an eye. It was practically biting the tail of the black lightning as it appeared above Shi Lianfeng, to the side of his head. After that, before he could even react, the blade struck down fiercely. Pooh! A muffled sound resounded. Shi Lianfeng was caught off guard, and his head rolled off from his shoulder. A large amount of light golden blood gushed out from his neck cavity, but in the next instant, all of it was absorbed by the withered demon blood blade, and not a single drop was left behind in the void. It was even to the extent that his battle lion body that was originally filled with vital energy and blood had completely withered and shriveled up in a short period of a few moments. He was like a dried corpse, and it was a shocking sight. In the blink of an eye, a half-step immortal realm expert had perished. Not only had his body been destroyed, even his soul core hadn't been able to escape and was transformed into nourishment before being devoured by the withered demon blade. Chapter 40:18 Xiao. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the withered demon blood blade turned into a dark red light and directly entered Yi Xian's body. It lay dormant in his undying world and no longer made a sound. This made Yi Xian somewhat stunned. Although Shi Lianfeng had fallen, the battle clearly wasn't over yet. Yi Xian didn't even take the initiative to put away the withered demon blood blade. The weapon was completely under the control of the withered demon blood blade and entered his body on its own accord. This was truly strange, but Yi Xian quickly understood. His heart was filled with joy, and an unexpected smile appeared on his face. Shi Lianfeng was a half-step immortal. After being killed in this battle, all of the blood energy in his body, including his primordial spirit, was devoured by the withered demon blood blade. This was definitely a sumptuous meal. Even the withered demon blood blade couldn't withstand it and needed a certain amount of time to digest. Otherwise, the withered demon blood blade wouldn't have activated the withered demon blood blade without Yi Xian's permission and entered dormant in his body. If nothing unexpected happened, then the current withered demon blade would have definitely fallen into a deep sleep after activating the withered demon blood blade and entering Yi Xian's undying world. Not long after, when the withered demon blood blade awakens again, its evolution level would be even higher. The withered demon blood blade's domain would also undergo a transformation and upgrade due to the harvest this time. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately surged with pride. A boundless pressure rumbled out from his body as he turned around and swept his gaze across the space in front of him. He directly called out to the two great expeditionary camps, "Who else is not convinced?" This kind of provocation was blatant disregard. Standing alone in the void, he actually dared to arrogantly shout at the two subjugation camps that had a military strength of over 50 million warships. Everyone felt as if they had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. They were so sullen that they were about to go crazy. "Ao. Little bastard with the surname Mo, you're just relying on the fact that you've dipped your demonic blade in poison. Fellow Daoist lion was careless and was tricked by you. How dare you be so arrogant?" An earth-shattering roar sounded from the Second Universe's allied army. Then, a giant battle wolf with golden hair rushed out from one of the flagship fortresses. It was one of the top 10 in the Second Universe, the fleet commander of the Greedy Wolf clan. One of the 8 upper echelons of the Camp Command Council, a half-step immortal golden mane Greedy Wolf. Right now, fellow cultivator lion's blood, chi, and soul have filled up the blade spirit of your poisonous blade. If my guess is correct, the poisonous blade returning to its nest on its own accord must be a sign that the blade spirit has fallen asleep. Let's see what else you can do without the poisonous blade. With a shrill howl, the golden-maned greedy wolf raised its 4 hooves and transformed into a streak of golden light that shot towards the battlefield in front of it. Today, I will kill you and avenge the destruction of my Dao Foundation. The ancestor of the greedy wolf clan was called Lang Xiaolin. At this moment, he'd charged out furiously. On one hand, it was because he had a violent temper, and he was utterly unable to endure Yi Xian's arrogant provocation. On the other hand, Shi Lianfeng had been defeated too quickly. The two chaotic streams of space at the center of the chasm had only just been repaired halfway, and this process couldn't be interrupted. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. The space that was being repaired was extremely unstable. Even though Yi Xian was only at the Region Lord realm, he still possessed strength. But if he paid a certain price, he still possessed the ability to destroy it once more. In the end, Lang Xiaolin really did have monstrous resentment towards Yi Xian. The former universe Daoist of the Greedy Wolf clan had been captured by young Master Ling Hu not long ago, and he'd been able to return to his clan after paying the so-called exit fee. But even if he'd returned, his Dao foundation had been destroyed, so his cultivation couldn't be recovered even with the assistance of the clan's sacred medicine. That universe Daoist was Lang Xiaolin's grandson, and he could be said to hate Yi Xian to the bone. So, it was within reason that he was the first to charge out right after Shi Lianfeng. "You're Lang Gongxiang's grandfather?" Yi Xian was rather surprised by this, and his expression instantly became slightly strange. He was stunned for a moment before he sneered. "I was able to capture Lang Gongxiang, so I can kill you as well. If you know what's good for you, then retreat. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Ignorant kid, I'll definitely kill you today." Roar. Greedy wolf howls at the moon. Lang Xiaolin roared furiously in the end. He raised his head towards the sky while a circle of golden ripples effused out from his body, and it instantly swept towards the distance. This was the Greedy Wolf clan's bloodline divine ability, Greedy Wolf Howls at the Moon. Not every single member of the Greedy Wolf clan was able to awaken it, and it was normal that no one in several generations was able to awaken it. However, as a half-step eternal ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan, it was naturally impossible for him to be unable to execute such a supreme bloodline divine ability. This final howl of the wolf didn't carry any anger, nor did it carry the slightest emotion. However, it seemed to be extremely long, and it seemed to carry some sort of strange rhythm within it. It caused the hearts of countless experts from the three great camps to tremble, and they were unable to describe what sort of feeling it was. Then, a strange scene appeared. As Lang Xiaolin's long howl resounded throughout the battlefield, a bright moon slowly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. This was not the first time Yi Xian had seen this kind of bloodline divine ability. He had faced it before when he fought against Lang Ganglai, the heaven's pride of the Greedy Wolf clan, and Lang Gongxiang, the universe Daoist. It could be said that this kind of bloodline divine ability was extremely difficult to deal with, because the bright moon in the sky was not a real thing, but a projection of the divine ability, and it had mysterious power. It was said that wherever the light of this bright moon shone, all the energy would be taken by the caster of this strange divine ability, and he would be able to devour and control it at will. In this way, the Greedy Wolf clan who had this kind of bloodline divine ability would be invincible after using it. He would be like a real greedy wolf, and he would be able to replenish his energy endlessly during the battle, greedily plundering all the energy under the bright moon, including his opponents. The divine ability was blasted out. Previously, when Yi Xian fought against Lang Ganglai and Lang Gongxiang, although the two were known as the heaven's pride of the Greedy Wolf clan, and one of them was even the universe Daoist, they were still juniors after all. Even if they had awakened the bloodline divine ability of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon, the extent of their comprehension was still very limited. Now, the same bloodline divine ability was clearly different in the hands of the ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan, who was a half-step immortal realm ancestor. The most obvious difference was that when Lang Ganglai and Lang Gongxiang used the bloodline divine ability of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon, the bright moon in the sky condensed by the divine ability was silver. But now, Lang Xiaolin, with his half-step immortal realm cultivation base and higher comprehension attainment, silently displayed the bloodline divine ability of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon. The bright moon in the sky was actually pale gold. Chapter 40:19. Greedy Wolf howls at the moon. This divine ability moon is actually golden. Raising his head, the light golden full moon entered his eyes. Yi Xian's expression couldn't help but freeze. As he muttered to himself, he recalled the scene of the battle between him and Lang Gang. At that time, after Lang Ganglai used Greedy Wolf howls at the moon, Yi Xian used mental lightning to launch an energy attack. However, the moment the outline of those lightning bolts appeared, they completely collapsed, turning into a faintly discernible energy that rapidly shot toward the bright moon in the sky and was directly devoured. At that time, even Yi Xian was shocked. Just now, he realized that in the area illuminated by the moon of the greedy wolf in the sky, all energy could be devoured. Although Lang Ganglai hadn't reached the level where he could use the moon of the greedy wolf to devour all kinds of energy in an instant, in that moonlight area, the more active the energy was, the more likely it would be for the moon to sense it and use its divine ability to devour it. At that time, Yi Xian had used his spiritual lightning technique to blast out a few black spiritual bolts of lightning. In the area illuminated by the moonlight, only those few bolts of lightning were extremely fast and their energy was extremely active, so they were instantly captured and devoured. This kind of bloodline ability that could devour energy at any time in battle was too strange. It was practically undefeatable. Even Lang Gonglia's silver moon back then was already so powerful. And now, this golden moon of the greedy wolf in the sky was definitely even more powerful. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. His opponent was a half-step immortal expert. Although he wasn't as strong as Shi Lianfeng, after activating 9 transformation of the Mad Lion, he instantly broke through and gained immortal body strength. However, even if he was only a half-step immortal expert, with the help of this golden moon of the greedy wolf, Lang Xiaolan's strength and threat wasn't any weaker than Shi Lianfeng's. However, Yi Xian's weapon couldn't be used because the withered blade spirit was in hibernation. In comparison, this battle for Yi Xian was even more difficult than his battle with Shi Lianfeng. More importantly, due to the existence of this golden moon of the greedy wolf, Yi Xian couldn't use any energy attacks. For example, mental lightning, which belonged to the category of long-range energy attacks, once used, the energy would be devoured by the golden moon of the greedy wolf. This was like helping the enemy, the loss outweighed the gain. This is forcing this king to fight a half-step immortal expert with his body strength. Shaking his head and sighing, Yi Xian's heart quickly became excited. In the previous battle, he couldn't be considered to have truly let go of his hands and feet and used the battle to temper himself. After all, the fall of Lion Lian Feng was basically because of the withered demon blade and the sky centipede's poison. However, this battle was different. He couldn't use the withered demon blood blade, and he couldn't use mental lightning and other energy attacks. Yi Xian's only choice was to fight in close combat. This was the best way to temper oneself through battle. Not long ago, he had continuously broken through. Each time, he had swallowed a large amount of top-grade heaven and earth treasures, including 2 drops of all evil origin liquid each time. He had also eaten the flesh of the purple gold void mouse treasure body of a quasi-primordial expert. It could be said that although Yi Xian had successfully broken through each time, there was still a large amount of medicinal power remaining in his body that hadn't been completely refined. He intended to go all out in this battle and temper himself through battle. If he was able to completely refine and absorb all the medicinal power that remained in his meridians, bones, and blood, and remove a portion of the shackles of his body's potential, then breaking through after this battle would be practically a certainty. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian was filled with heroic spirit, and he raised his head and howled fiercely. Roar! 9 transformations of the devil ape. Third form. Earlier, even though Yi Xian had activated the devil ape bloodline within his body, he'd merely executed the 9 transformations of the devil ape to the second form for the sake of maintaining his agility and making it convenient for him to fight Shi Lianfeng. He'd maintained his figure at around 3 kilometers while his cultivation remained at the first rank of the region Lord Realm. Continue. But now, he could only engage in close-quarters combat with Lang Xiaolan because Yi Xian required even more powerful vital blood and energy. So, he could only continue activating the next form of the 9 transformations of the devil ape. At this moment, as the 3rd transformation of the bloodline ability was unleashed, the vital energy and blood surging incessantly within the bodies of the 3 devilish ape true forms also swelled explosively once again. Like a roaring river, the devilish ape true form with 3 heads and 6 arms began to swell rapidly like a balloon being inflated. In the blink of an eye, it had risen from 3 kilometers to 30 kilometers. 9 transformations of the devil ape. The 4th form. Another furious roar resounded through the surroundings. The three heads of the primeval devil ape raised their heads and roared at the same time, causing even a corner of space to tremble slightly. The devil ape's bloodline true form that had attained a height of 30 kilometers instantly swelled explosively by 10 times, and it attained a terrifying height of 30 kilometers. At this moment, the vital blood and energy within Yi Xian's body had risen explosively by 100 times, and the aura he emanated had risen by 2 ranks once more. It had risen from the first rank of Region Lord Realm to the third rank of Region Lord Realm. This scene was extremely similar to the enormous bloodline true form Shi Lianfeng had manifested when he executed the 9 transformations of the primeval lion earlier. Because Yi Xian's 9 transformations of the devil ape had been derived from the Warlion clan's 9 transformations of the primeval lion through the devour system within his body. Yet now, his figure had risen explosively by 100 times in the blink of an eye, and he possessed a 300 kilometers tall bloodline true form. Even though it was far inferior to the 300 kilometers tall bloodline true form Shi Lianfeng possessed after he executed the 5th transformation of the primeval lion, it was still shocking when compared to Lang Xiaolin, who was merely 30 kilometers tall. What a pity! Most importantly, Yi Xian's cultivation was inferior to Lang Xiaolin's, yet he'd given up on nimbly moving about with his comparatively smaller figure and had actually manifested an enormous figure. Obviously, he intended to engage Lang Xiaolin in a head-on battle. When they thought up to here, all the experts from the 3 great groups who were spectating the battle from afar were shocked. Numerous experts gasped in succession, and their hissing resounded through this expanse of space. This fellow is too arrogant, and he's simply arrogant to the point it makes one's hair stand on end. He dares to engage in head-on battle with a perfection stage universe 9th rank quasi-immortal while only at the 3rd rank of Region Lord Realm. They were truly unable to understand where his courage came from. You want to fight me head-on with just the vital blood and energy of your body? I'll fulfill your wish today. Ow! Lang Xiaolin raised his head and roared furiously, and then he let out a long howl once more. His 30 kilometers tall bloodline true form had risen explosively once more, and it had attained a height of 300 kilometers just like Yi Xian. Even though he didn't possess the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the primeval lion, he was at the quasi-immortal realm in the end. So, by forcefully increasing his vital blood and energy, he was similarly able to forcefully expand his body to a height of 300 kilometers in a short period of time. Even though this was already his limit, it just happened to be on par with Yi Xian's body when he was in the 4th transformation of the devil ape, so it was just right for this battle. Chapter 40-20. This stick looks so familiar. Yes, it does look familiar. Isn't it a little too big? That black stick is actually 200,000 feet long. Why do I suddenly feel a little scared? The big-headed black stick. I remember now. This is that fierce cudgel. Back then, during the first incident of the source of all evil, the primordial little demon ape used it to hit people everywhere. All of the younger generation geniuses of the various races in the 2nd universe were knocked unconscious and captured. Those heaven's chosen children of heaven and earth, who were crippled, fell into its trap. It's actually that stick? No wonder. At that time, the primordial little demon ape's cultivation was still weak, but it could knock out the heavens chosen of the Tao of heaven and earth with this stick. It was originally a primordial treasure that could change its size at will, but now it has actually become 200,000 feet long. Even a meteor would be smashed into pieces by this stick. As Yi Xian took out the Shenong pestle, not only did it reappear in the form of the big-headed black stick, but it also activated its power and became 200,000 feet long. In an instant, a large number of exclamations rang out from the 3 camps facing each other in the air. Many people recognized this fierce and outstanding big black stick, and they recalled the scene where the heaven and earth Tao disciples of various clans were smashed on their heads by this stick one after another, and were directly knocked unconscious and dragged away. Suddenly, hissing sounds were like a tide in the void, and countless experts were sucking in cold breaths. The Shenong pestle and the Shenong cauldron were a set of primordial treasures. However, Yi Xian had not fully activated its power yet. This might be related to the fact that the Shenong unusual flame in the Shenong cauldron had not yet grown into a 9-colored flame. This was a primordial artifact of the ancients. Once its power was fully unleashed, it could be as small as a palm. It could be used to grind medicinal herbs with a cauldron or pestle. When it was large, it could suppress a vast star field. However, Yi Xian's cultivation was still too weak. Even if the unusual flame in the cauldron had just broken through to the Shenong 5-colored flame, causing the power of this primordial treasure to increase by a lot, and even unlocking some functions that it had never had before, it was only the size of a giant star when it was large. When it was small, it could at most shrink. It was only about 1,000 feet long. At this moment, although the Shenong pestle had already reached 200,000 feet in length and looked like a towering pillar, in reality, this was far from Yi Xian's current limit. The reason why he had limited the Shenong pestle to a length of 200,000 feet was because his bloodline true body was 100,000 feet tall when he was in the 4th Devil Ape transformation, so he could wield the 200,000 feet long black staff with ease. Otherwise, if he wanted to, he could easily make the big-headed black stick grow to a length of 1,000,000 zhang. Little bastard, you're courting death. Lang Xiaolin already harbored a grudge against Yi Xian. When he thought about how his grandson Lang Xiaolin's strong Qian Kuan Dao gene had been destroyed because of him, he felt like he was going crazy. Now that he was fighting with him, he deliberately took out the same club that had left a big bruise on Lang Gangqiang's head. The hatred in Lang Xiaolin's heart was aroused. He roared and raised his head to let out a mournful howl, a woo, buzz. Buzz buzz buzz, as this mournful howl sounded, a low buzzing sound came from the void of the battlefield. It made one's scalp tingle and had an extremely ominous premonition. Yi Xian subconsciously raised his head to look up into the sky. Previously, when he was fighting with Lang Ganglai and Lang Gangqiang, the two of them had used the bloodline ability of the greedy wolf Howling Moon. They were able to summon a large amount of energy blades from the silver moon hanging high in the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth. The ocean. At this moment, this low buzzing sound was obviously related to the golden moon of the greedy wolf above his head, which made him vigilant. However, there was no abnormality in the golden moon in the sky. The moonlight was still like water, pouring down on the earth. It was incomparably quiet. Just as Yi Xian was puzzled, in the void around him, countless golden half-moonlight blades suddenly appeared without warning. With a boom, they wrapped around Yi Xian's body like dumplings. These golden half-moonlight blades were not shot from the golden moon in the sky. Instead, they were directly condensed from the golden moonlight sprinkled down from the void. They were simply everywhere. Wherever the moonlight shone, they could instantly appear in any corner, condensing and dispersing at will. It was simply strange to the extreme. Compared to pouring down from the sky, it was even more unpredictable and difficult to guard against. Yi Xian's expression changed instantly. He snorted coldly and directly rushed out, wanting to dodge. Pooh! Clang clang, unfortunately, he was half a step too slow. Although he dodged most of the golden half-moonlight blades, his bloodline true body was too large, and he was like a giant target. Faced with such an extremely strange attack, he was still hit in the end. In just half an instant, at least hundreds of golden half-moonlight blades fell on the three bodies of Yi Xian's demon ape true body. Bloody wounds were instantly cut open on his body of flesh and blood. Even though his body was made of tough bones, there were still a few places where there were shallow cuts on his bones. Even his body of black fog, which was not a physical body, fluctuated for a few moments after being cut by several golden half-moonlight blades, causing Yi Xian to feel as if his soul and mind were shaken. These golden half-moonlight blades could actually affect both material and non-material forms of energy at the same time. Its power was strange, causing Yi Xian's heart to sink. When he looked back, the countless golden half-moonlight blades that had gathered and surged over had completely dissipated in the blink of an eye. They collapsed into specks of faint golden brilliance, and then dispersed again, turning into golden moonlight. the attack was traceless, and the golden half-moonlight blades were everywhere. They instantly condensed and covered the heavens and the earth as they descended. After this attack, all the golden half-moonlight blades instantly vanished and dispersed into golden moonlight. All of this was too strange, and it was impossible to guard against. Yi Xian frowned. This attack didn't cause much harm to him. After all, even though there were numerous golden half-moonlight blades that covered the heavens and the earth, only a few had struck him. Moreover, with his current powerful vital energy, he was able to resist it with ease. However, this wasn't a solution in the long run. Such a strange attack was utterly impossible to guard against, and he was in a very passive situation. He'd fallen into a predicament. Roar! Roar! Yi Xian burst into rage while holding back his anger. The three enormous heads of his demon ape true body roared furiously towards the sky while the energy within his body surged to its limits. His figure flashed, and he actually didn't dodge at all. He directly charged over to the enormous golden wolf, and then he swung his club and smashed it down with a bang. What? You've lost your composure just like that? You dare to go head-on against this exalt with your tiny cultivation at the Region Lord realm? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 40-21. When they saw Yi Xian charge towards Lang Xiaolin with the big-headed black club in hand and was actually prepared to fight the latter head-on, countless experts from the three camps sighed. They were certain that Yi Xian had lost his cool due to his anger. Because he had been lightly injured and lost face, he had lost his cool and made such a foolish move. This move, his big-headed black club, was powerful, and it was also a primordial treasure. Otherwise, how could an ordinary magic treasure be able to change its size at will and easily transform into a black club that was 200,000 meters long in the blink of an eye? Unfortunately, this primordial treasure might be able to beat the younger generation of the universe Dao disciples, but it was clearly a little too careless when facing a half-step immortal. If Yi Xian's cultivation had also reached the half-step immortal realm, or even if he was merely at the early or middle stage of the universe realm, this swing of the club would more or less cause Lang Xiaolin to feel some fear. Unfortunately, the gap in their cultivations was too huge. Mo Qiufeng was merely at the third rank of the Region Lord realm, yet his target was at the half-step Undying realm. The gap of more than 2 realms of cultivation caused the outcome of this attack to be obvious. No matter how abundant one's vitality was, one's cultivation was a shortcoming that couldn't be ignored, and it restricted everything. Boom. Oh! Just as everyone was sighing, the big-headed black club smashed onto Lang Xiaolin's head. On one hand, Yi Xian's speed was truly too fast. On the other hand, the latter was slightly careless and didn't take this swing seriously at all. Thus, he was smashed solid, and a shrill and miserable howl resounded. The howl reverberated through the void, causing everyone's expression to change drastically and their hearts to tremble slightly. A large lump appeared on the forehead of the giant golden wolf, as if it had grown a horn. Golden fur drilled out from the bulging lump. It was black and shiny, with a faint hint of green. It was a ghastly sight. How was it? How was this king's dog-beating club technique? Yi Xian had already quietly retreated when the cudgel struck down. He was still holding that 200,000 feet long black-headed cudgel in his hand, but there was a flicker of flame at the head of the cudgel. It was clearly dazzling, and it seemed to have 6 different colors. It was extremely beautiful. The Shen-Nong pestle and the Shen-Nong cauldron were a set. Therefore, the Shen-Nong pestle could also release the Shen-Nong strange flame. Earlier, with Yi Xian's current strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the half-step immortal Lang Xiaolin. But just as the big-headed black stick was about to hit Lang Xiaolin's head, a dazzling Shen-Nong strange flame shot out from the tip of the stick. The 6-colored flame broke through Lang Xiaolin's defense, increasing the power of the stick. It also had the attributes of lightning and poison. With just one strike, Lang Xiaolin was almost knocked over on the spot. When the black stick smashed down, it made him feel like he was struck by lightning. After the strike, he fell into a weak state. It seemed like some sort of poison was wreaking havoc in his body. Although it wasn't very strong, it was extremely painful, and it made him let out a miserable howl. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. Countless experts from the three factions opened their mouths wide and were stunned. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. A half-step Immortal Realm expert was actually beaten to the point of tears and snot by a big-headed black stick. His entire body was spasming in midair like a pendulum. Like a pendulum? After a short moment of blankness and deathly silence, a huge wave of exclamations resounded. My God! Can someone tell me what happened? The Greedy Wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf, a half-step Immortal Realm expert, was actually beaten to the point of tears by a big-headed black stick? He's not just crying. Not only are his snot and tears flowing, his entire body is spasming. This is clearly the feeling of being beaten to the point of doubt. How savage. Is my younger brother really only at the Region Lord realm? If that's the case, then how can all of this be explained? It simply doesn't make sense. Something's not right. There's something strange about that big-headed black stick. When it smashed down earlier, there seemed to be a strange flame flashing past the head of the stick. Could it be that the Greedy Wolf clan's Golden Wolf ancestor was burned? Fuck off. Haven't you heard of a half-step ancestor who cries after being scalded? How can there be such a huge bruise on his head? He's clearly been smashed silly. As these cries of alarm sounded out, the Greedy Wolf clan's Golden Wolf ancestor, who had been struck by Yi Xian's staff to the point of doubting his life, had snot and tears flowing down his face. His violently twitching body finally recovered, and the pair of golden eyes that had been spinning in circles in his huge eye sockets also stopped. After he calmed himself down, he raised his claw to touch the bruise on his head, and then an even more miserable howl resounded once more. Ow! Little bastard. What the F***ck is that stick of yours? I'll F***king. At this moment, the Greedy Wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf, Lang Xiaolin, even had the intention to kill. He'd just recovered from his dazed state, and he immediately roared and cursed. The strength of this heavy stick wasn't sufficient to cause him to be in such a sorry state. However, it just so happened that the six-colored flame that flickered from the head of the black stick when it smashed down was too strange, and it actually directly broke through the defenses of his body. In this way, when this heavy stick smashed down, it was simply equivalent to dispersing his cultivation and forcefully enduring it without resisting at all. No matter how weak his opponent was, he was an old fellow at the Region Lord realm in the end. Moreover, he was wielding such a terrifying big-headed black stick. Under the circumstances that his body didn't have the slightest bit of defense, how could he endure such a blow? It was also at this moment that the devouring system in Yi Xian's body suddenly issued a familiar notification. The fifth transformation of the demonic ape that he had been deducing had actually been completed at this moment. This was definitely a pleasant surprise, causing Yi Xian to be inexplicably excited. Without any hesitation, he immediately raised his head and roared, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Fifth transformation. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and audible explosion sounded from within the gigantic body of the true devil ape. At this moment, the power of qi and blood in Yi Xian's body began to surge crazily like boiling water. Huff! As the power of qi and blood in his body surged, Yi Xian's gigantic body of the true devil ape, which was originally 100,000 feet tall, began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye like a balloon that had been blown up. 200,000 feet. 300,000 feet. Until it reached an enormous height of 3 million feet. In just the time of a few breaths, Yi Xian's figure had become as enormous as Lian Feng, who'd executed the fifth transformation of the demonic ape. At this moment, the Greedy Wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf, who was merely 100,000 feet tall, was simply like a tiny dot before Yi Xian. Even the aura of his cultivation that effused out from his body had risen explosively once more because of the successful activation of the fifth transformation of the demonic ape, and he'd attained the 4th rank of the Region Lord realm. He'd stepped into the intermediate stage of this realm from the initial stage to the intermediate stage. Chapter 40-22. As his body instantly expanded by 10 times, the originally 200,000 feet long big-headed black stick, which was much longer than Yi Xian's previous body, had now become a short stick. Yi Xian lowered his head to look, and a sinister smile immediately appeared on his face. Previously, it was only 200,000 feet, but it had already smashed the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor to the point of doubting life. If this black stick was a little bigger. Thinking of this, Yi Xian himself shuddered and couldn't help but shudder. It was also at this moment that the familiar system notification echoed in his head again, ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Current state, 4th rank Star Lord. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical state. Current state, 4th rank Star Lord. A breakthrough. This was within his expectations. Previously, Yi Xian had continuously made breakthroughs. Every time, he would devour a large amount of top-grade heavenly and earthly treasures, including the all-evil origin liquid. He would swallow 2 drops almost every time. These top-notch resources had not been completely refined in his body, and some of them still remained. Now, as he fought with the Battle Lion clan's ancestor Lion Lian Feng and the Greedy Wolf clan's ancestor Golden Wolf Lang Xiaolin, and almost all of them were head-on battles, the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. The power of the top heavenly materials and earthly treasures that remained in his veins, bones, and blood finally melted and tore apart one of the shackles of human potential in his body, making Yi Xian's physical state soar by a minor level. This was like a bucket of water suddenly being filled with water, which directly led to his cultivation base. After the medicinal effects of these top-grade resources were absorbed, his overall strength skyrocketed, and he also broke through a small level. However, that wasn't the end, because this time, the absorption system inside Yi Xian's body finally had a result after deducing the 5th transformation of the wild lion for a long time. After activating the 5th transformation, Yi Xian's true form of a demonic ape was 10 times larger than before, reaching an astonishing height of 1,000,000 meters. It was like a small star. As his body expanded, the qi and blood in his body that was originally so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end instantly became as boundless as the sea, surging and surging in his meridians, bones, and blood. In one go, without any suspense, he once again tore apart the main shackles of the human body's potential. Thus, after the familiar sound of the system notification rang out for a second time, ding. Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current state, 5th rank Star Lord. Ding. Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's qi and blood realm. Current state, 5th rank Star Lord. 5th order Star Lord. Yi Xian tightly clenched his fists, an intense light shooting out from his eyes. He looked down and saw that the aura of the Devil Ape's 5th transformation was indeed rapidly rising. When he was a 3rd rank Star Lord, his true form of the ancient demon ape was an 8th rank Star Lord. Once he used the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape and attained the 4th transformation, he would instantly become a 3rd rank Region Lord, and every transformation would increase his strength by a small level. Now that his main body had made another breakthrough and reached the 5th order Star Lord realm, according to his previous calculations, after activating the ancient ape demon bloodline, the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient ape demon should be at the 1st order domain Lord realm. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak combat strength would be at the 6th rank Region Lord, which was already the peak of the mid-stage Region Lord realm. He would be able to enter the late-stage Region Lord realm after another small breakthrough. As a matter of fact, that was indeed the case. Yi Xian was currently in his true form of the Devil Ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he was in the 5th transformation. Therefore, his aura rose rapidly following this breakthrough, and he rose from the 4th rank Region Lord realm to the 6th rank Region Lord realm in the blink of an eye. Rank. All of this had dumbfounded the countless experts of the three camps who were facing each other from afar. It just so happened that the greedy wolf clan's patriarch Gold Wolf saw it when he turned around. The old fellow was stunned, and his mouth opened wide. He had a blank expression on his face as if he had been struck by lightning. That was simply too monstrous. A few breaths of time ago, he was merely a third-rank region lord, yet he'd attained the 6th rank in the blink of an eye. Even though they were still in the same realm, the former was at the peak of the initial stage of the realm while the latter was at the peak of the intermediate stage of the realm. They were only a step away from the late-stage region lord realm, so they were absolutely not the same. What was even more frightening was that even his body had increased by 10 times. He was 300,000 m tall before this, yet he was 3 kilometers tall now. He was simply like a small star, just like the Warlion clan's ancestor, Lion Lianfeng. Lang Xiaolin didn't possess the Warlion clan's bloodline divine ability. Even though his cultivation had attained the half-step eternal realm, so long as he hadn't stepped into the true eternal realm, then the limits of his bloodline true body could only be maintained at the 300,000 m tall. When he compared the 300,000 m tall to the 10,000 m tall, he was simply like a tiny dot before Yi Xian. This was truly grieving. Lang Xiaolin was on the verge of spitting blood. But this wasn't the end of it. Because right when Yi Xian's cultivation had suddenly risen explosively to the 6th rank region lord realm, the black rod that was held in the right hand of his 3 bloodline true bodies had actually risen explosively while Yi Xian lowered his head and revealed a savage smile on his face. At the same time, it started to grow explosively. 300,000 m. 400,000 m. In a short period of a few breaths of time, the black rod that was renowned for its ferocity had finally stopped at a little over 3 kilometers tall. It was even taller than Yi Xian's terrifying bloodline true body. The thinner end was held in his right palm by his flesh and blood body, while the thicker end was suspended in the air like a small meteor. It was suffused with a faint black light, causing one's entire body to feel cold. At this point, Yi Xian was finally completely satisfied. He really looked forward to smashing the Gold Wolf ancestor with the rod once more. What sort of visual effect would it be? A wisp of a savage smile appeared on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth once more while carrying this sort of anticipation. He slowly turned around, and the 3 pairs of eyes on the 3 heads of his bloodline true body had descended onto the Gold Wolf ancestor, Lang Xiaolin. The latter shuddered and felt his entire body go cold while an extremely bad feeling surged into his heart, and it caused his scalp to go completely numb. Little friend, please don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. At this time, Lang Xiaolin had to raise his head to see Yi Xian's figure. In fact, one of Yi Xian's heads was as big as his entire body. Furthermore, the thick and round head of that infamous black rod was even bigger than his body. When he thought of the painful and satisfying scene of it smashing towards him, Lang Xiaolin truly began to doubt his life at this moment. His heart trembled slightly. At this time, he had already completely lost his temper and his fighting spirit. His body trembled slightly, and even the words that came out of his mouth were no longer clear. He began to stammer. He was really worried that the guy who was staring at him would pick up the rod and smash him without saying anything. That was going to kill someone. Roar. Chapter 40-23. As the greedy wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf fled without saying a single word, the countless experts of the 3 camps who were facing each other from afar were shocked to the point of falling to the ground. Many of them even wondered if there was something wrong with their eyes because they'd actually witnessed such a dramatic scene. A dignified half-step undying ancestor had actually fled without saying a single word when facing a junior who was merely at the region lord realm in a head-on battle. This truly caused them to feel speechless because the dignified face of a dignified half-step undying ancestor had been instantly destroyed without leaving a single trace behind. Sighs quickly resounded. Alas, this scene is truly too painful to watch. The dignified ancestor Gold Wolf of the Greedy Wolf clan actually fled without saying a single word during the battle. What happened to his ferocious nature? What happened to his violent temper? Even though I'm slightly disappointed, it's probably understandable. That club strike was truly too ruthless. The Greedy Wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf was struck to the point tears flowed down his cheeks. Moreover, that was only from a small club strike. Now that the small club has become a huge club, anyone would feel flustered by the sight of it. Might-killing club. That's really a fucking might-killing club. A dignified half-step undying ancestor's violent temper was obliterated with a single strike of the club. Is the second battle about to come to an end? Could it be that Mo Jinfeng really possesses the aura of being invincible throughout the world? He is actually going to defeat two half-rotten old ancestors in a head-on battle, and he didn't even use the Starry Sky battle armor and other killing weapons. This is a real battle strength. As these discussions entered the ears of the higher-ups of the two camps on the other side of the Void Chasm, Sao, Gong Shouxin, and Long Xixia from the human race of the Third Universe and the Senate of the Wan Luo Federation, as well as the other 6 half-rotten old ancestors from the Alliance Command Council of the Second Universe. Because all of their expressions were unsightly to the extreme. This was truly too aggrieving and infuriating. Dignified half-step undying ancestors had actually successively suffered losses at the hands of a junior who wasn't even at the World Lord realm. One of them had already been killed earlier. Even though the second one before him hadn't been killed, it was even worse. It actually turned around and fled without saying a single word. It was simply like a stray dog. This was a half-defunct grand ancestor who was at the same level as them. Although Sal and the others did not participate in the battle, the Greedy Wolf clan's grand ancestor Golden Wolf's performance had completely disgraced them and made them lose all face. Old Monster Wolf should be able to hold on for a while longer. The 2 turbulent voids in the center of the Heavenly Void are going to be repaired soon. Once these 2 turbulent voids are repaired, the other 2 turbulent voids on the left and right side of the Heavenly Void will also be repaired immediately. In just 2 more hours, half of the 8 turbulent voids that form this Heavenly Void chasm will disappear, and the effect of blocking tens of millions of our troops will be blocked. It will completely dissipate. Prepare to support Old Monster Wolf. He won't be able to hold on for 2 more hours. As expected of one of the 4 monstrous geniuses, the existence known as the number 1 of the younger generation. Even the invincible war god who is tormenting the human race's camp is probably far inferior to him. At least, the invincible war god has never been defeated by half a step. But in this child's hands, there is already the second grand ancestor. No matter what, we have to hold on for 2 more hours. The 3rd and 4th turbulent voids must be repaired and the barrier will be broken. The overall situation of the entire battlefield will be reversed again. The human race, the Federation Senate, the various factions of the Second Universe have already participated in 2 battles. Next, it seems to be your turn. Only delaying for 2 more hours. Could it be that the various factions of the Second Universe would rather swallow this grievance? What I mean is, since we are going to fight, we have to ensure that we suppress him. If 1 grand ancestor is not enough, then send a few more half-defunct grand ancestors to fight him alone. This is a Heavenly Void battle, what face is there to talk about? This is seconded. Seconded. Quietly, a group of half-defunct grand ancestors reached an agreement in private and planned the nature of the next battle. They planned to shamelessly send a few half-step Immortal Realm experts to fight Yi Xian alone. This was really shameless. However, the benefits involved in a Heavenly Void battle of this Heavenly Void battle were too great. The entire Heavenly Void battle could fall into their hands. Not to mention these dozen half-step Immortal Realm experts, when necessary, even the true Immortal Realm experts could fall out with them. So what if they were shameless? As long as they could take down the demon race, the entire Heavenly Void battle of the First Universe would basically fall into the control of these 2 great conquering factions. It would be divided by the various factions of the second universe and the third universe. At that time, a large amount of cultivation resources would roll in, and the development of the factions would enter the fast lane. Some of the top resources and heavenly treasures unique to the first universe would be collected by the factions below and offered to the core higher-ups of the various factions for them to choose and enjoy. Use. This was definitely once and for all. After today's battle, what they would reap would be the cultivation resources that would be easily available for a long time in the future. Everyone knew how to choose. In fact, even the 11 immortal realm experts of various races who were hibernating in the void behind the two factions and only left a strand of divine sense to secretly enter the heavenly void battle of the first universe to pay close attention to the development of the situation. If it weren't for the fact that they were determined to get rid of the demon race's foundation ancestor, who was a huge problem in their hearts, right now, facing Yi Xian's order, the arrogance of a person would have already disregarded their status and personally attacked him. Old man, I'm afraid it's already too late to escape now. In the center of the void battlefield, Yi Xian saw the greedy wolf race's golden wolf ancestor turn around and flee without saying a word. He immediately sneered. The next moment, his figure flashed, and with a step, he had already blocked in front of the other party. There was no other way. His current body was too huge, like a giant star. With a single step, he could cross millions of miles. Boom! With an arrow stride in the void to block the other party's escape route, Yi Xian did not waste any more words. With a cold light in his eyes, the right hand of the flesh and blood body of the three great true bodies suddenly shook, and the black-headed stick that was more than 1,000,000 feet long was instantly swung out, facing the greedy wolf race's golden wolf race who was looking at him in shock. Wolf ancestor. Who? Gotcha. At this moment, near the head of the black-headed stick, the Shenong's 6-colored flames appeared with a loud bang. As Yi Xian smashed down with the stick, the huge force and the power of the Shenong's 6-colored flames overlapped, causing the void of the universe to emit a cracking sound that made one's teeth ache, as if it was about to collapse at any time. It was too ferocious. With a swing of the stick, the wind and clouds changed color. Before the black-headed stick landed in front of him, the golden wolf undying of the greedy wolf race's legs had already gone soft. On his face that was filled with shock and despair, his eyes burst out with a thick light of despair. Bang! Awo. Chapter 40-24. Bang! Awo, a long, mournful howl resounded in the void. Anyone who saw it would be moved, and those who heard it would shed tears, as the black-headed stick smashed onto Golden Wolf Ancestor's body. His bloodline true body was blown away like a scarecrow. This strike was too ruthless. Previously, when the black-headed cudgel was only 100,000 feet long, it had directly smashed a shocking large bruise on his head. It was as if a horn had grown on his head, and it was lofty and lofty. Now, because of Yi Xian's sudden increase in size, the black-headed rod had already transformed into an enormous rod that was over 1,000,000 meters tall. When the rod smashed down, it almost smashed the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor into minced meat. If he only relied on brute force, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to shake the half-step immortal Lang Xiaolin at all. However, the moment before the black-headed stick smashed down, the tip of the stick spewed out a dazzling Shenong unusual flame. The 6-colored flame directly broke through the defense, increasing the power of the stick's strike. It could greatly increase the power of the stick, and it also had the attributes of lightning and poison. When the black-headed stick smashed down, not only did he feel as if he was struck by lightning, but he also fell into a weakened state after the strike. Some kind of poison seemed to be wreaking havoc in his body. Although it wasn't very strong, it was excruciating. Otherwise, how could a half-step golden wolf ancestor let out such a miserable howl in public? At this moment, he was once again hit by the second club. His entire body was convulsing in the air like a pendulum. He probably wouldn't be able to catch his breath in a short period of time. The pair of golden eyes in his huge eye sockets were spinning in circles, and stars were flying everywhere. In the void, waves of hissing sounds rang out once more. In the three camps facing each other, countless experts sucked in cold breaths of air, and their expressions changed as they cried out in alarm once more, "The situation isn't good. This is only the second stick, and this golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan can't take it anymore." His huge true body was smashed away like a scarecrow. When he finally stopped, he's still spinning in circles in the void, completely lost. This is too shocking. A half-step immortal ancestor of a clan is going to be killed by a stick? This is too cruel. Killing a half-dead old monster, an ancestor-level existence, is actually going to be killed in public. The devil cultivator is really F***king cruel. It seems to be too early to say this, right? So what if it's the second stick? The golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan was beaten so badly that he was spinning in the void, but didn't he withstand it in the end? He didn't explode? Demon brother Mo Jilin Mo Jinfeng is monstrous, but his strength is too weak after all. That's my biggest weakness. Perhaps I can hurt Patriarch Golden Wolf, but as for killing him... I don't think so. Golden Wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan can't take it that Golden Wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan is. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Although the races of the second universe have already left the Federation, they are still with the human camp to suppress the demons. Even if it's the truth, it won't be good if the fellow Daoists of the greedy wolf race hear it. Boom. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to the endless discussions in the air. After smashing out with his staff, he took another large step forward. His figure was like a gigantic star as he moved horizontally. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor, Lang Xiaolin. The right hand of the three true bodies shook. The black stick was raised up high again and smashed down heavily, bang. Pooh, this time, after the huge bang, there was indeed a muffled puff. However, it was not like what the heartless human powerhouse had said before, where the golden wolf grand ancestor's feces were smashed out. Instead, it was the strange sound of the golden wolf grand ancestor's flesh and blood cracking. Yes, after 2 consecutive strikes, the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor could not withstand it in the end. The second strike hit him and sent him flying, just like the big bruise left on his bloodline true body's forehead when the first strike hit him. No matter how one looked at it, it did not look good. Something was wrong. And now, when the third hit landed, the effect was the same as when the first hit landed on the big bruise. The bruise was already so swollen, so it was easy to imagine what the consequences would be if the second hit landed on the bruise. With a "pu" sound, the golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan basically died. His huge bloodline true body was like a rotten persimmon. It was directly flattened by Yi Xian's big black stick, and a large part of his huge body was visibly dented. Cracks appeared, and a large amount of pale golden blood sputtered in the void. The flesh and blood on that part of his body turned into mush and sputtered out together with the blood. Although the wolf feces weren't smashed out, the result of the third black stick was the same as the unscrupulous human expert's inference. Although the golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan wasn't directly killed, he wasn't much better off. A large part of his huge bloodline true body was dented, and the bones and blood inside were all mixed together, turning into mush.